hard to do
Okay.
kind of anything at this point.
Hello guys, this is my room. You don't need to download texture packs.
How many
I
hours do I have
will
on
show you
Clubhouse?
that you don't.
It's like probably 10,000. Maybe more. I mean, I played for like. I've been
They
playing
are
for
the
at
Relam
least
codes.
2 hours a day for the last 5 years straight. And before that, I probably averaged out to about that same thing. So imagine like 10 years of my
Resource packs active is
life.
0.
How many hours?
It's just
How
what I'm using
How many hours
in
does
my settings.
10 years of 2 hours a day? How many hours is that?
Copper, and I still have
I think
Just
that's 10
the
times 365.
texture packs I'm using in my settings.
so much left. I still have a lot back at home, so I think I just want to keep focusing on expanding this hole. Unfortunately, I don't even have enough pumpkins that have even built in this small amount of copper. Now I'm really gonna focus on this pumpkin farm. Like, I'm gonna spend the next couple of days just pumpkin.
7,300.
It is just my texture packs.
That sounds probably about right. I mean, I wish I could see how many hours I did play
I got a little
Minecraft.
bit carried away.
This is why like having a Neuralink chip or like something like that would be helpful, because then you can check the stats of your life.
Pumpkin farm now expands all the way over here. This is gonna speed up our pumpkin farm a lot.
If you do want to join, the Relam code is in the description. So, holy. Oh. If you do want to join, Relam code in the description. Oh, you'll never believe what I found. Found this guy. Blue accent hole. I can make 7 blocks of iron. Jeez. Guys, did we compress our diamonds? Ooh. How do I make arrows? Arrow. Flint and feathers. Let's just. We need every single bit of iron. Diamond axe. That's what I was looking for. Oh, and a shield. I think I need one more. Yeah. There we are. No way. No chance. Bucket. No chance. One. 2. 3. There's no chance of that. Oh. Now we've got a family. I'll need lava and water. I'll get one more bucket. Now we need lava. I think there was a cave somewhere. I don't know where it was though. Oh, lava. Oh, that didn't work. Ah, it's a cave. Bucket. Ah, what? think I'm gonna go back up now. Oh my god. Yes, this is what I need. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go back up now. Oh, cave. Water cave. Uh-oh, uh-oh. No, 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 no. Saved myself. Bullshit. Yo, what's that? What's this? I've never seen this before. You don't know anything from it. I've never saw that before. That's cool. I know where our village is. Okay. I'm like 200 blocks from it. Like Relam Code Is. -404. It is. Yo, join my realm on your Bedrock account. I've put the code in the description. Yeah. Are you on Bedrock? Yeah. Yeah. It's this one. You don't need to put you just need to put like the end bit of it, so the EDTC, yeah. Nah, I can show you what you can, so like you get like kits and stuff, like for free, so. Okay. Right. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. My sword kit. The world that it was on got completed. Actually, so annoying. Yeah, so this is it. There you are. It's this one. Yo. Hello. So, kits are over here. You have to go like right up next to it though. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, you go. Oh. I need to change that one. Yeah, and then you got kits here. Just the way it is, you see. It's just the way it is. Oh, I don't need some bottles. I'm doing crystal. Yo, that's actually sick on my screen. The way that you hold it. Hold it. That's sick. Oh, look, let me change something. Hold it. Oh. I'm using crystal. I'm using crystal armor. Oh my god, I'm cooked. I might be cooked, you know. Oh my god. There you go. Oh. Bye bye. No. Okay, bye bye. Why did you do that? I mean, I have to break. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Wash. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need to turn off these shaders, man. Oh. What? Oh my god! Bang. Oh yeah. Wait, I mean, there's still some improvements that need to be made. Oh, I'll remove them. Oh. When I play, oh my god. Oh my god. You did a backflip on my screen. Oh my god. Hell. Bro, I need to get no damage deal. My damage deal is crazy. Yeah, bro, I'm getting damage tilt. Oh my god. When I play my survival weapon, bang! Holy. When I play my survival role. How to get to in offhand? Oh, you just shift click it, and then it goes to your offhand. Oh. Oh, you're playing this now. I want to do this game. Bro, never jump. Never jump, bro. You always want to stay low in Crystal. Always want to stay low. Yo, should I shut down the server? Shall I show you what shutting down the server looks like? Should I show you what shutting down the server looks like? Should I show you what shutting down the server looks like? I might show you what shutting down the server looks like. Oh. I think it's here. Maybe it's here. Oh. No, just shift click it. I need to set this up. Okay. So, I just show you how locking down the server works. Hold up. Does that work? Yeah. See ya. Okay. So back to my other room. Okay, we're back.
Cheers, Joe. Where are you?
Boom.
What?
Holy crap.
Hey, Connie, dinner! Huh? Ooh. Probably been drinking milk all day. Have you ever done that? So easy to drink alcoholic. And you do that with tables. Not with what's it? You don't forget the what's it. That's not that. When you phone me, I think it's about the what's it called. The little what's it like here. Yeah, because that's the way to bonsai. Yeah, how many dogs have approved? One. Oh, yeah, you're big enough to have that. What's going on that? Oh, that's the problem with all the different kinds of Oh, the vertical in it. Yeah, mate.
Or you ever say like
Jay, thought you left your TV, your PlayStation and monitor on. What? Totally bits away. Jake's jacket and shit. Well, just do the best.
who's let Ozzy on the sofas?
What do you want?
Are we watching Stranger Things?
Yeah, Jake.
You already got my stickers on?
They do.
We didn't go at 4 a.m. We went at 4 p.m. We went at about 2. Actually, I went in your room and you was asleep. Don't even lie. Because I went and nicked your perfume. I went and nicked your perfume and you was asleep. Have you smelled that perfume, Holes? It's really sweet. It's nice. I'll do the hot one.
Guys, shut up. Yeah, Jack, I mean, it's sweet, man.
Right, do you want some?
Just a little bit, please, man. I'm not going there. Yes, we are. I really wanted it. I really wanted it. So you can't play a say, I don't want to play more than I want to. No? Big or small? What maybe? Jamaica? How are you throwing it so the pod is missing that? Yeah, we don't. The purse, yeah, yeah, you have a purse. What do you want? 12 stuff. What are you doing? Investments. You are? Concentrate. Concentrate. There we go. Oh, Jason, what do you want? You know what that thing is? 13, you're right. Oh, yeah, you're trying to one. Slow down one. Hello? Yeah, that's you're gonna do alright. I know that makes sense, doesn't it? Well, you said tell everyone that you were writing it anyway. You embarrassed them that. No? Oh shit, man, shit, yeah. Told everyone. I don't know. I don't know. Shut up, we're not your favorite pretender. You don't even know what your favorite pretender is, do you? Oh, that lasts forever. Right. Huh? Cinder block. They're not American. What American Jews? Not the British block. We call them British block. What are you digging in for? Yeah, so what are you digging out in your yard? You know what's annoying? You having a PlayStation that you left on, you want to take it, but you do not. Reckon? Yeah. Dude. So no one into families now. Oh, that's I know. I don't get it out of me.
They always do. Not yet. Fully. They won't yet.
What do you want? You think?
Go on, try it. That was your go. Red one, go get the red one.
Bro, this one was out. You know? Harrison has some more already, and this one was on that.
Bye. I'm going to see my wife. I left my tablet.
Guys.
Did I show you my new child? No. I got another child. Oh, it's a pet. Zesty boy doesn't hate me anymore. He doesn't hate me anymore.
Just having a break from you.
Yeah. What do you want? Do you want? I'll buy then. I can cover it my arm. I can cover it my arm.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Toilet. I'm going to have a nap. I'm probably going to wake up tomorrow morning. Then. What?
I'll eat your mum with the chef.
Oh my god, okay. So for Dan, you're ahead of one though. You gotta do the straight. Keep going straight. Just stop. What? Go right to me. The part of right. I'm dead. There's no way. Wait, what? Is that true? What? Where did they go? I'm dead. Oh my god. Are you dead? That's actually. What? Wait. Okay, hear me out. This is what I'm gonna say. I'm down to keep going again, but if you need to leave down there, feel free. And it's way more peaceful without going on. So, that could be the sanity you needed to beat this. Shut up. This should be what they say. It got me too. Let's go. Forward. It's freaking roadblock. Yeah. Open. It just said like, there's like arrows in there. It's freaking Just follow the little like thing.
What?
If you charge you balance and
Knowing your right controls are in place. Do you struggle with DIY jobs around the house like me? Then you can watch it.
I came across the password while searching the App Store.
You can search for taskers based on their hourly rates, availability, and results.
4 a.m. on Tuesday, November 18th. And I'm going to give myself 22 and a half hours to try and design and build a brand new unnecessary invention. Because I feel like with everything that's been going on between rebuilding the city car, designing some products for my new brand that was made by Maddie, and then just life in between, I haven't sat down and just built a proper, classic, unnecessary invention in way too long. Because some days I feel like I show up to the studio, I blink, and then it's 7 p.m. and I think, what did I do all day? When I got to the studio today, I said I'm dropping everything and just building something for the next 24 hours. Okay, not actually 24 hours, because when I said I was going to drop everything, I got a text message saying I have a dentist appointment tomorrow morning at 9:30. We have 22 and a half hours to go from absolutely no idea what I'm going to build to final finish unnecessary invention. And I've been yapping for 4 minutes. Let's get to it. And I am going to put a few additional guardrails on it because this would be super easy if I used my entire design studio setup. I could just print like 20 different things across all of the different printers. So I'm going bare bones and I'm only allowed to use one printer for the next 24 hours, 22 and a half hours. Because this video is sponsored by Bamboo Labs and I'm going to be testing out their brand new P2F. And I think my favorite feature is already that they added handles to make it easier to carry. It really can be the tiniest little things that get me excited. And another thing that makes me excited about this printer is that a lot of people often ask me what their very first 3D printer should be, and since I jumped right to the X1C from Bamboo Labs, I never quite felt comfortable suggesting a printer at that price point for your very first printer. Like this LCD screen, the P2S inherits a lot of features from those more expensive models. The combo comes with the Pro that allows for full-color, multicolor printing, but I think my favorite feature is the filament drying. You can easily choose the temperature that you want your filament to dry at, and then basically just set it and forget it. And this will help reduce the humidity and moisture content in your filament to get much better prints. Oh, and speaking of ease, this printer also got the nozzle swapping system from the H2D. I'm literally not exaggerating when I say it only takes 15 seconds to take out your old nozzle and swap in a brand new one when you need to do a little bit of maintenance. You can also see way better inside the printer because the LEDs are almost twice as bright as the ones found in the X1C. And that especially comes in handy for the high-rate live camera that allows for clearer time-lapse and a sharper live view. Obviously, we're going to have to put all that to the test today. So to start things off, we're going to send over a little calibration of my classic Maddie head. And it looks like that's going to take about 48 minutes to print on the P2S, so that should give us enough time to do some brainstorming to figure out exactly what the invention that we're going to be building today is. Okay, time like way too simple for what I want to do today. Some of the ideas in this list are actually fan submitted. Like we have a plant fanny pack by Shalina Yasuda. That's her Instagram handle, I presume. I always try to write down who sent in an idea if I think like maybe that's something I could actually build. And then sometimes I have things in here that aren't full ideas. They're just sort of like concepts that I want to bring to life. Like right here it says Dance Dance Revolution.
Yeah, I think I
Remember Dance Dance Revolution? It was that
have
arcade
some
game
idea.
that had all the different foot pedals and you had to tap them in the right sort of order to beat the level. And then the newer version of it today is Beat Saber on the Meta Quest, where you have the two different lightsabers and then you have to smash the boxes in the right order. I think there's definitely a good idea there with some sort of arcade game that does something. From here, we could jump into the gear closet and start looking around for the parts that both were going to give us the inspiration for the idea and to bring the actual execution to life. And I was thinking, instead of a full-blown Dance Dance Revolution foot-style pad, this could be more of a desktop arcade game, so I jumped into my bucket spin. I found these programmable buttons I had. They were super tactile and lit up, but I only had 2 of them, and I thought they were way too small. So I kept digging around until I found these perfect arcade buttons that are super clicky and come in a whole bunch of different colors. What was even better is that inside the bag, they also came with this custom circuit board that allows you to control both the LEDs and the button presses. So now that I had that out of the way, I had to start digging around for some inspiration for what those buttons actually do. And I have like every sensor or module you could ever think of, so I just started digging around, trying to find that one thing that would lead to some inspiration, and that's when I came across this real-time clock. So that got me thinking, if I paired that with a 7-segment display, I could have myself a real working clock. Then with a few more components, it could be a Dance Dance Revolution clock that only turns off your alarm when you push all the buttons you need to beat the level. And the timing could not have worked out more perfect. And right on time, we have our very first print off the P2S. So I printed the little Matty head with a 0.4 nozzle and a 0.2 millimeter layer height, which I think gave it some really solid detail. The last time I printed one of these was on my 3D printed 3D printer, and I can definitely say that the quality is a little bit better here. But now that we've got the printer up and running, let's go run through the idea, and I'm going to show you all of the guts that are going to bring this invention to life. Because there are a few other nitty-gritty pieces that I sort of glossed over, so let's dive in. There's a handful of components that we're going to be using to make this work. We've got the clicky arcade buttons, and I'm going to use these 4 colors. And as I mentioned, we're going to be using that dedicated circuit board to control all of the different movements on those. This is what that real-time clock looks like, and it's going to be able to hold the time and then display it for us on this red 7-segment display. Of course, an alarm clock needs an alarm, so this DF Player Pro is going to hold the audio file to play the alarm clock sound out of these speakers. And lastly, we're going to have the Arduino R4 as the brains of the operation, letting everything easily talk to each other once we get those files coded up and loaded. Now that we have all the components that I think that we're going to need for this project, I think the most important thing for the sake of time is to start 3D modeling. The main invention is going to be in a few different parts, and so hopefully I can print out some of the smaller pieces today so that I can print out the larger pieces overnight, and tomorrow morning, before my dentist appointment, we can put this all together. And then while the parts are 3D printing this afternoon, I can work on the coding to figure out exactly how all the dynamics of this game is going to work.
You got on big on a bright white t-shirt. If the white's got dingy, they get relegated. It's fucking your motor dingy. And now the gym dingy. But the big one from Ariel cleans really big. So now ditch the dinge on all my t-shirts. I might ask him now. Ditch the dinge with the big one from Ariel. Always give away from children.
Manual brushes leave behind 50% of plaque, which can harden into tartar. Oral VIO's dentist-inspired round brush head perfectly adapts to clean the places where tartar builds, like back teeth, to remove 100% more plaque. Prevent tartar before it starts. Your perfect clean starts with Oral B.
Very good.
Hey, you want to look at what the design looks like? Let's take a dive in. Here's a look at what the Dance Dance alarm clock is going to look like. Here's a nice full 360 view of the invention. I went with sort of this pill-shaped design for the speaker grill. I think it looks pretty cool, and it looks a little different than kind of any speaker grill I've seen before. And then on the inside here is where the speaker's going to fit in so that it shoots all of that alarm clock noise right out the front. The 4 arcade buttons are going to go right inside here, so we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure it really matters which color goes where, but I thought it was a nice complementary angle from seeing the alarm clock to having the buttons here. So you're playing the buttons and hopefully turning off the alarm clock. And right there, front row center, we're going to have the 7-segment display right inside there. It's going to be glowing a nice red color, and it should be nice and bright in the darkness. It's going to plug in via USB-C in the back. And then all the different components we're working with are going to screw onto these little pegs on the bottom here so that's nice and organized on the inside. And there we have it, a Dance Dance alarm clock. I think it's about time we do a time check. It is 3:08 right now. This print is going to be 1 hour and 40 minutes. It's going to put us close to like 5 o'clock. Then we're going to need another print of all the blue accessories. That's going to put us at like 8 o'clock. And then the next piece is going to be like 11 hours. That puts us at 7 a.m. tomorrow. So they'll have like 2.5 hours to hopefully put this whole thing together. Okay, enough jibber jabbering. We gotta get printing. And at this point, we all know that time is of the essence, so while that's printing out, I'm going to work on the coding of all the different components. Especially when I have this many peripherals, the way I like to tackle this is work on each individual part to make sure everything is working. So I started out on the 7-segment display, and boom, baby, that thing is working beautifully. But while it's showing some numbers, it doesn't exactly look like a clock. So let's get that real-time clock plugged in, and once we get it programmed up, we've got the time. We can put that off to the side now and start working on the buttons and getting them attached to that circuit board. For the first test, we just want to make sure that all of the lights are working across all of the different buttons, and that's looking good. So with that in line, I could move on to coding them to react to different button presses so the lights turn on and off with each button press. Finally, I got the alarm clock sound loaded onto the DF Player Pro, and I love it and I hate it all at the same time. With an understanding on how all the pieces worked individually, I could start piecing them all together so the real-time clock showed the alarm, which worked with the buttons, which set off the alarm, all just in time for that first print to be finished off of the 3D printer. Right on time, we've got our first parts off the printer. Woo, look at that. Love that speaker grill design. That came out awesome. So we've got the 2 speaker grills, as well as the cover for the clock 7-segment display. And a time check, it is 4:48 right now. Time is of the essence, and we got to get things switched out. We've got the white parts. Now we need the blue accessories before we print the entire shell overnight. And speaking of my new brand that was made by Maddie, I actually got a new shipment of a brand new product that I designed here in the studio. With this side project, I'm basically just designing things that I want to have in my life and then just making a few extras so that you guys can get your hands on them too. And so I gotta admit, I love me a good tote bag, but I always feel like they're way too small. That's why I created the big ass tote bag. It is the largest tote bag I think I have absolutely ever owned. It can fit pretty much your entire life inside of it. It's got a second handle so you can carry it by your side if you just want to do that. And the fabric's made out of this gridstock nylon that's super durable and water resistant as well. I also wanted to make something that was a little bit more affordable for those people who couldn't get their hands on the last few drops because of the price. So this will be up on the website. You can check out the link down in the bio. But, you know, things are getting a little bit late here. But if I go grab some dinner, will you guys watch the print for me? I'll be back in like a half hour, and hopefully everything is good to go so we can move on to the next step. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Do we have some finished parts on the printer? Oh yeah, we got some finished parts on the P2S. Let's see, what time are we at? We are at 7:31 p.m. and I desperately need to charge my phone. Okay, the main body of the invention is going to be 11 hours and 11 minutes to finish. So by the time I set it up and hit print, it'll be ready by 6:30 tomorrow morning. That'll give me 3 hours to finish this up. And I think that should be enough time. When I started this, I was like, oh, I have plenty of time. This is going to be a breeze. We're cutting it a little bit close right here. But good morning. Did you miss me? It is currently 7:14 Wednesday morning, and let's see the progress. Heading on over to the P2S. We're still going. We've got 1 minute left. How's that for timing? Oh no, I forgot to print the part. We're missing one piece. Super tiny. Shouldn't take too long. Because the time is 8:07, we're cutting things close. Luckily, it's just the USB-C port on the end here, and it's only going to take about 10 minutes to print. Okay, thankfully, it wasn't too much bigger of a piece than this tiny little thing. Just a tiny bead of glue, and we should be all set here. It's right into place. You might be asking yourself why I didn't just print this in the main body as one whole piece. And essentially I have this USB-C port, and I wanted to make sure it perfectly fit around here. While this took 11 hours to print, I can just print that one piece that connects to here, and just in case if it doesn't print, I only have the 10-minute print to change this one piece out. And obviously, now that I know that it fits, if I went to go print it again, I could just have it integrated into there. You see, it fits perfectly right inside there. And then that will connect to the Arduino so that we can plug it in for power, or if we need to update the code later, we can do that as well. We'll get everything onto the inside of here. And of course, the finishing touch is to add some rubber feet to the bottom of it, just to make sure it doesn't slip anywhere, and to just raise it up off the table just a tiny little bit. Last one. So let me tell you how it works. My typical alarm in the morning is 5:45. Obviously, we can't do that right now, so the way I have this set up is that 1 minute after we turn it on, it's going to start the alarm and the game is going to play. The lights are going to light up randomly one at a time, and you have to push the button to turn it off, then it's going to randomly relight another one. You have to get 15 button presses correct in a row to turn off the alarm. You have 1.5 seconds to hit the button. If not, you start back over from 0. Also, if you hit the wrong button, same story, you set back to 0. So I will go ahead and get this plugged in the back, and the time is 8:43. So any moment, the alarm should go off. Oh my god. Okay. If you don't hit it, it flashes 0, gotta start over. If you hit the wrong one, it flashes 0, you gotta start over. Let me reset it and we'll play it one more time. Oh my god, that would definitely wake me up. Now, it's kind of easy right now because I'm wide awake, but if it was like 6 o'clock in the morning and I had to play, oh crap, and I had to play this, it might be a little bit more difficult to have to hit them as fast as I need to actually beat the game. Woo! Are there any other ideas I could play the game? Like, is there a different way I can code the way you have to hit all the buttons? If you have an idea, put it down in the comments. But the time is only 8:47. That means we designed and built a brand new unnecessary invention in under 22 hours. And that's probably a good thing because it's probably going to take me like 25 minutes to get to the dentist anyway, so I'll be there just on time. But as always, thank you to Bamboo Lab for sponsoring this video. The P2S just hit the U.S. store, so be sure to go check that out. I'll put a link down in the description. I think it's going to be the perfect addition to my bamboo print farm. But with that, I don't want to be late to my dentist appointment. So I'm going to get things cleaned up, and I'm going to hit the road. And I will see you at the next unnecessary invention. See ya! I built this oversized pair of digital calipers that are still fully functional, so now I can measure pretty much anything in my design studio. I wanted them to work just like a regular pair of calipers, but I didn't really know how that mechanism works, so my way around this was to add a little sensor here right in the arm. And it's called a time of flight sensor. And basically, this is the most toxic family to ever appear on.
Say yes to summer with the biggest ever tool sale.
Inside these packages are products banned from around the world, from items used to hide people from the police to things that could get you a lifetime prison sentence. I'm testing them all to see if banning them was the right thing to do. First, I'm meeting with a professional race car driver to test one of the most illegal performance boosters. I'm here with Justin, a race car driver. So what's this illegal product we're using today?
This here is nitrous oxide. We use this for our drift car to gain horsepower, but some people on the street call it NOS.
We're going to do one lap without NOS and one with and see which one's faster. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, that was crazy. Without the NOS, that was 19.9 seconds. He said it's not safe for me to be in there when he does the NOS. So we're going to time it again. And this is just the first of many banned products we'll be testing in today's video. From everyday items that can land you in jail to high-tech gear police absolutely hate. We're covering it all. Oh, here he goes. Woo! Oh! Oh! Hey! In Western Australia, nitrous oxide injection systems like this are banned on road-registered cars, even if they're not used. The reason NOS gives cars a sudden burst of power, making them harder to control, which increases the risk of crashes and makes it more difficult for police to catch them. I got 16.1 seconds, so it's way faster. Justin, that was insane. I see now why NOS is illegal in Western Australia. Well, let's move on to the next product, which creates problems for the police in a completely different way. All right, we got a radar detector. It's supposed to alert you whenever there's a police radar nearby, but they tend to go off for all kinds of things. Clark, what kind of things do you think will trigger this? Well, I'm thinking anything with kind of radio communication, so cop cars, radar detectors, CB radios, things like that. Some countries ban these things entirely. In Switzerland, for example, they'll confiscate the detector if you're caught with one, and you can even face fines or jail time. Look, there's a red light camera right there. I gotta get me one of these. Yeah. Ooh, there must be a cop nearby. Yeah, because we're getting pulled over. Do you know why I pulled you over? Yeah, well, you can't even pull me over because he's not a real cop. I can tell because of your car. Which brings me to our next illegal product, police decals and lights. They're used to make vehicles look like real police cars, and just buying them isn't illegal. But if you use them on a public roadway, you could be charged with impersonating an officer and sentenced up to 1 year in jail. However, if it's clearly marked as a movie vehicle and you cover the lights and decals during transport, then it's perfectly legal. When I got home, there was a box sitting on my porch. All right, what do we have here? There's question marks all over it. It looks like a mystery box. And it's got a timer on it. It looks like I have to wait 8 hours to open it. So while this counts down, I'm going to test something else nearby. In front of me are 3 boxes. Inside each one is a different laser pointer that gets more and more powerful. The goal is to see if it can pop that balloon over there. First up is this laser pointer I got from Temu. These types of laser pointers are classified as Class 1, which is the type you'd see in schools used for presentation. It's great at pointing at a screen or having fun with your cat, but can it pop a balloon? All right, let's try this out. I'm going to put the laser pointer on the balloon. Nothing really happening here. What the heck? This is pointless. Let's try the next one. This is similar to the type Navy SEALs use for snipers. They're capable of reaching up to 27 yards and are generally classified as Class 2, but in some cases a Class 3 laser because they can damage eyes at close range. Well, this looks way stronger. I can actually see the laser beam here. But the question is, can it pop a balloon? It's stronger, but I don't know. I don't see anything. No smoke. Nothing. It's brighter, but I don't think it's going to do the job. Finally, we have a Class 4 laser. Laser pointers this strong are banned in the UK and parts of Europe. Man, this thing's heavy. The reason they're banned is because they can do permanent eye damage in less than a second, which is why I'm being told I need to put on these protective eyeglasses. Safety first. Before I test this on the balloon, let's test it on this piece of cardboard. Whoa, look at that, it's burning it. It's making this crazy noise too. You can hear it smoking. This is crazy. The balloon doesn't stand a chance, but there's only one way to find out. All right, I'm lining it up. Whoa, that was crazy. That took like 1 second, and that's why these are banned for recreational use. But we still got plenty of banned items to test, including kids' toys that send people to the hospital and something that can almost pass as a weapon of mass destruction. But first, we're meeting a real MMA fighter to test our next product. Round 1. Let's see what you've got. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my gosh, it exploded. That's just your bare hand. Let's see what happens when we bring in brass knuckles. Brass knuckles are banned in many places because they're easy to conceal but can cause a lot of damage. Ready? Go! Oh,
That was a clean break. That was much easier, much easier. That splattered everywhere. Real damage.
that's why they're illegal. Thanks, Zane. So I got a box here filled with banned kids' toys. Some of these you might even remember. First up, fake cigarettes. I remember these from when I was a kid. They look just like real cigarettes. Kids would pretend to smoke with these things, which is one of the reasons they were banned in a bunch of places like Norway and Portugal. Some manufacturers got around this by renaming them candy sticks and removing the red tip that made them look like cigarettes. Next product, stink bombs. I don't think we should test these here. Let's go somewhere else. They're tiny glass vials or packets filled with sulfur compounds. You drop one, it shatters, and the room smells like rotten eggs. They were banned in schools because kids would set them off and force evacuations. And while they aren't illegal to own in the UK, the government banned selling, supplying, and distributing them. Oh, that's really bad. That's disgusting. Next up, silly string. It's banned from being used between midnight and noon on Halloween in Hollywood. Apparently, people were spraying it all over cars, storefronts, and even cops. You could get up to 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Ouch! Now we got yo-yo water balls. Looks harmless, right? It's just a rubbery ball on a string. But these were banned in several countries because the cord could wrap around a kid's neck and cause strangulation. If it wasn't for the fact that this causes strangulation, this would be pretty fun. All right, creepy crawlers. This looks pretty cool. These were around back in the 1970s. They're metal molds you pour liquid goop into and then heat on a hot plate. The problem is that the ovens they came with can reach up to 300 degrees. Kids were burning themselves trying to pull out the molds, which is why they had to ban that version and re-release it with a safer design. Wait, I need to check on the mystery box. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa. All right, the box is unlocked. Let's see what's inside. There's a key and a letter. Hey, Love, I Mike. We heard you're testing products for a video. We've got one of the craziest things you can test in real life, but you'll have to come to Texas. What do you think, Joel? Should we go to Texas?
Yeah, we should do it.
Texas it is. With my bags packed, I headed to the airport for my flight to a secret location in Texas. Luckily, I scored a first-class seat, got to eat, watch a movie, and even catch some sleep before landing to go to this mysterious location.
Oh, well, I'm Mike. What's up?
What do we got going on here?
Oh, we got some cool stuff. Come on in. Got some stuff to show you.
All right.
So, yeah, got a couple $1 million in the wall machine guns right over here.
Are these the illegal items we're doing today?
No, brother, this is Texas. Nothing here is illegal. So, yeah, like this guy right here, it's a US 105 howitzer.
So what does this do?
It essentially shoots a giant bullet. Kind of like this.
Is this the illegal thing we're testing today?
No. I'm just going to show you.
Are we shooting an RPG? I was expecting like a souvenir shop.
Oh, don't worry. We have that too. But primarily what we do is restoring and rebuilding, armored vehicles from World War II up to the Cold War. Stuff that most civilians can't get around the world. You want to know what that key's for?
I've been waiting all day.
Cool.
I've been told here to not turn around. I hear rumbling. What the? Oh my gosh, the tank! Oh man! Tanks like this are heavily restricted worldwide. In most countries, private citizens can't own one at all. But here in Texas, licensed ranges can keep fully functional tanks for recreation, provided they buy it without a functioning cannon, and then get approval from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to legally restore the cannon. This is crazy. I never thought I'd be in a suit in a tank. What am I doing?
You want to stop yapping and shoot this thing?
All right, man, let's do it. All right, I'm going to hand this back to you. How long does it take to fire this? Quarter of a second. And we're aiming for those cars over there. Thank you, Drive Tank, for setting this up. This is pretty crazy. My heart is racing right now. If I hit these cars, you have thing I've ever been next to. Totally worth the trip. Make sure to subscribe. If you want to watch another video like this.
With Virgin Media, it's the season 4 savings. Get smooth M250 broadband for our lowest ever price, under £24 a month. Plus, switching is easy. We'll handle everything for you. Visit virginmedia.com.
When daily dust gets in the way, it's time for Flash. Effective on 100% of dust, it works like a powerful magnet to trap and lock. Game over for dust. Flash dust magnets, back to clean in a flash. Spray that turns you invisible, a magnet that will get you arrested, and a basketball that makes no sound. These are just 3 of the 23 craziest products I will be testing today. My only goal is to determine if they are a scam or not. First are these toy water pistols. I loved water guns when I was younger. This one looks like a real one. This could be an issue because according to federal law, toy guns need to be clearly identifiable as toys. They usually have bright colors or an orange tip at the end of the barrel to make this obvious. The website claims it can shoot water up to 26 feet. Let's see if that's true. I'm now outside with markers set up 26 feet away from me. Let's see if the water can reach the target. It actually shot further than 26 feet. I wish I had this growing up. This isn't a scam, but it might not be on the shelves for too much longer. Next, we have an invisible license plate spray. In most states in the USA, anything that obscures or hides your license plate is considered a traffic infraction. You could end up with a fine. So let's see if it breaks any laws. The product claims to apply an invisible gloss finish to your license plate, which reflects the flash of a speed camera back to it. The reflection then makes it impossible for the camera to read your license plate. First, let's take a picture of my license plate. There it is. Now let's test the spray out. Oh man, you can see all the letters still in my license plate. I don't know if it's different when it's a flash from a speed camera, but based on the flash of my iPhone, this doesn't seem to work. So in my opinion, this is a scam. Now we have a metal detector wand that claims to be able to detect metal on a person. So I've set up a pretend security station for my cameraman Joel to watch for him coming to work today. Stop right there, Joel. I'm going to need you to spread your arms and legs. Really? Would you look at that? I confiscated a ton of metal objects from Joel. This product is not a scam. Mike, I need my camera. No, I'm going to keep all of this. Next, let's test a shirt that claims to be stain resistant. According to the website, this shirt is both water repellent and stain resistant. If this is true, I'm going to be wearing it whenever I'm thinking about ordering ribs. All right, I have on the stain resistant shirt, and I also have some normal shirts, and we're going to see how they hold up against some stains. First, I'll check the water repellent claim. Whoa, the water literally bounces off. Now let's see how it handles red wine stains. First off, here's some red wine on a regular shirt. Yeah, that sucks. Now let's try the stain proof. Wow, look at that. I was not expecting the water to just remove the stain. It completely erased it. Okay, so far the shirt is working. Now for the ultimate test, oil-based paint. All right, we got it on there. Now let's grab some water and a rag and see if it comes out. Here goes nothing. Oh, it's not good. This shirt is definitely stained now. So is this a scam? Not really, because the shirt has a disclaimer saying limited effectiveness against oil-based stains. Next, we have a handheld telescope. The main claim is that it has a field of view up to 1,000 meters. Let's go see how it works. To test this, I had my assistant go far out into the middle of the lake holding something. Let's see what it is. Oh, I see it. It's a subscribe button. Now, the bigger concern with this product is that buyers will use it to peep on people when they are most vulnerable. Because the product is so small, it would be very easy to conceal and use. In states like Ohio, you could face up to 60 days in prison for using a device like this to spy on others. In states like Washington, the penalty can be up to 5 years. However, just as a car manufacturer isn't liable for someone who speeds and crashes, the maker of this telescope wouldn't be liable for its misuse. And this product works. So it's not a scam. Imagine booking an Airbnb for your holiday thinking you're alone, only to find hidden cameras scattered around the living room. Unfortunately, this scenario is becoming more common, which is why this company developed a hidden camera detector. In the U.S., it's generally illegal to place cameras in places where someone expects privacy, like a bathroom or changing room. However, in recent years, more Airbnb hosts have started using cameras to protect their property from damage. But does this detector actually work? I had my assistant set up 3 hidden cameras in a room, and I'm going to use this detector to find them. I don't see anything yet, but I figured I'd start near the bookcase. This detector is pretty neat. I feel like a spy using it. All right, 1 camera down. That was pretty easy. Seriously? In the Lego? My assistant really needs to step it up. This third camera was hidden much better. I can't find it anywhere. At first, I didn't think I would find these cameras, but I did, meaning this product is not a scam. Next up is a blood alcohol keychain. It measures the alcohol in your breath and tells you whether you're over or under the legal limit to drive. I like the idea of this product because if it works, it could keep people safe. However, while this device isn't illegal, police have warned that it's quite inaccurate because it doesn't account for things like altitude. This means these keychain testers are only good for a rough estimate. But let's see if the mini breathalyzer actually works. All right, I got my alcohol here. Oof, that does not look good. Cheers. Oh. All right, let's wait a minute and see if it registers the correct blood alcohol content. In this case, it should be 0.03. 0.07. So unfortunately, not too accurate. So is this a scam? No, but you shouldn't rely on it to make decisions on whether to drive it. Next, we have the world's smallest camera. It claims to be the world's smallest camera, which is false. That title belongs to OmniVision's OV6948, which is smaller than a grain of salt. As you can see, when I put this next to a grain of salt, it doesn't even come close. So the title itself could be seen as misleading. Let's see how the quality of the pictures look. Not a bad picture. Honestly, the quality is worse than I expected, especially when you compare it to the iPhone. And the fact that they're misleading customers with the title makes this product a scam. Next up, we have the Invisibility Cloak Warding Protection Spray. According to the bottle, I just need to spray myself and I'll become invisible to my enemies and any unwanted eyes. While we actually test out the invisible spray. All right, it's been about 30 seconds since I sprayed myself. Let me call my assistant. Hey, go, come out here and try to find me. All right, I'm coming. You know I can still see you, right? Aw, dang it. Looks like this product really is a scam and people can see me. Next, we have a 400-pound magnet fisher. Magnet fishing is like regular fishing, but instead of catching fish, you use a strong magnet on a rope to pull metal objects out of the water. It's legal in every U.S. state except South Carolina and in many countries. However, if you're caught doing it in Poland, you can be arrested and face up to 2 years in prison. I'm now at a local junkyard and I'm going to test if the magnet can lift up some scrap metal. We found this super heavy car engine and connected our magnet to a chain. Let's see if this thing works. All right, let's send it up. As you can see, the magnet lifted the engine with no problem. So this product is not a scam. It's actually blowing my mind that most of these products work.
Plus secures AI. So you'll feel good turning it loose to do its job, knowing your brake controls are in place. Is your staircase feeling out of step with the rest of your home? At Neville Johnson, we transform the forgotten into the unforgettable. Using timeless materials like glass and oak, or sleek modern steel, we don't just reimagine your space, we bring a little more joy to your everyday. Maybe it's time you discover.
We have a ghillie suit. The claim of this product is that it will make you completely camouflaged if you wear it standing next to some plants. To test this, I'm going to put on the ghillie suit and hide outside. Then I'll see how long it takes my friend to find me. Mike. Ugo, I need your help. I'm testing out a product and I need to see if you can find me while wearing the product. Come over, I'll be in the yard. Okay, you just want to come over and I'm on my way. All right, I got the ghillie suit on. I think Ugo is close. I'm going to go hide and see if he can find me. Mike, where are you? It's hot, Mike. Oh, wow, this thing is so itchy. Honestly, the things I do for you guys, that has to be worth a subscribe, right? Who is this guy? Mike, how much money do you make? This place is huge. It's like Disneyland. I'm going to get lost. You know I'm not good with surprises, Mike. Are you in disguise? Mike, if you're hiding behind these bushes, it's going to be a problem. I broke several homes trying to get here as quickly as I could. Is that... Oh, come on, man. What is going on? It's like you're special forces or something. So you would say this product's not a scam? I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't see it at all. Work for me? Not a scam. The creator of this product claims that it produces 120 miles per hour of wind and contains a mini jet engine inside. But there's one very important question I need to ask. How long would it take to dry my hair? Let's find out. I think this might be my first blowout. All right, my hair's pretty wet now. Let's test this thing out. Oh. Whoa. This is way more intense. All right, my hair is dry now. I really feel that this is far more powerful than your typical blow dry, and it only took 60 seconds. Usually it's about 10 minutes. More importantly, is this thing even legal? Well, technically, yes, although the claim that it has a mini jet engine inside could be misleading if false. However, some businesses like Disney Cruise Line may prohibit you from bringing this on board. All in all, I'd say this product is not a scam. The next product is a super strong flashlight. Most flashlights are legal because they don't classify as weapons and aren't bright enough to cause any issues. But this flashlight claims to be so powerful that it can light up an area a mile away. Let's see how well this performs at night. Okay, we're now in a park and I'm going to test this on a tree. This isn't that powerful. It seems like a normal flashlight. This product's a scam. But if you were to use a more powerful flashlight on someone's house, you could be charged with harassment or light pollution. Now we have something I've needed for a while. The best cat hair comb. It feels sturdy, and as you can see, it works perfectly. And my cat absolutely loves it. What am I going to do with all this cat hair? Technically, you could sell it, as long as you're not in New York, but that's a bit creepy. This product is definitely not a scam, and Miso enjoyed it. Next, we have this perpetual motion desk toy, which according to the reviews is a complete waste of money. I've always wanted to see if one of these actually works. The idea is that you put the ball in, and because of the drop and force applied, it should shoot the ball back up to the bowl here. It's supposed to continue doing this in perpetuity, which is a fancy way of saying forever. Let's see if the claim is true. I'm putting the ball in. All right. Seems to be working all right so far. Let's come back later and see if it's still working. Now we have something I know I would have loved when I was in college. A hidden ankle monitor class. It has lights here, although they don't work. But what's really funny is it has a sticker up here that says property of Department of Corrections. It's simple, it's compact, and as you can see, I'm wearing one right now, and it's working perfectly fine. So this one is not a scam. But does that mean it's legal? Well, that depends. If you're using it to try to sneak alcohol into somewhere, then that's a crime. And you could face fines up to $40,000, depending on where you're trying to sneak it into. Next, we have these stainless steel toothpick darts. I guess now you can get rid of anything stuck between your teeth while you're waiting your turn. They're actually a lot heavier and sharper than I thought they would be. But are these legit? Let's see. As you can see, it's capable of getting food out of your teeth pretty easily. This is really sharp, so I don't know about how safe it is to use this on your teeth. I don't think it's the best idea. I think a toothpick would be better. Since it's so sharp, it probably makes for a good dart. But do you really want to be putting this in your teeth after it's been hitting a nasty dartboard? I don't. So while I don't think this is a scam, I won't be in a rush to use it. Next up, we have this mini electric chainsaw. I can't wait to use this thing. I love the color, and it actually feels really sturdy despite how cheap it was. Well, let's see how it actually performs. To test this out, I'm going to first try cutting through a simple number 2 pencil. Wow, it slides through that pencil super easy, but let's see if it can cut a broomstick. Whoa. I'm honestly shocked. I didn't think it was going to cut through it that easily. But can it cut an actual tree? Wow, this thing is really powerful. I mean, look how clean that cut is. It went right through this. Chainsaws are allowed for cutting down trees and trimming branches on your own property. However, you can't enter someone else's property and use it on their trees. And you can't go around waving your chainsaw at people. I say this product is not a scam. Next up, we have a mesh mask. These are basically hyper-realistic masks that use the faces of famous celebrities. It feels pretty comfortable, and I can see very clearly through the eye hole. Looking in the mirror, I look pretty good. I've always wanted blonde hair. Hey, Joel, who do I look like? That's right, Jonesy. To be clear, these are not illegal, nor is the sale of them illegal. However, if you use something like this to commit a crime and hide your identity, you could face serious consequences. This product works, though, so it's not a scam. Okay, it's been an hour. Let's go check on the perpetual motion desk toy. Here we go. Wait a minute. Where's the ball? Oh, it's here on the ground. This thing doesn't work. The ball must have overshot. Although the product works, the claim is that it works forever, which it didn't. So this product is a scam. Now we have a metal detector. One of the main claims of this product is that it can detect anything metal 10 inches underground. I wonder what you could find with this at the beach. Let's go there and test it out. So I'm now at the beach and I had my assistant bury a metal object somewhere in the sand. Let's see if I can find it. There's nothing there. Oh, what's that? It's beeping. I think I'm picking something up. I'm going to start digging. What is this? Oh, it's heavy. I guess he buried my gold play button. What were you thinking? But I found it, so it's not a scam. This product claims to be a silent basketball. Let's see how it performs compared to a normal one. First, let's see how they bounce. Yeah, the silent basketball does not go nearly as high as the regular one. Plus, it feels very foamy, while this one has actual grip. Now let's test the noise. We got our noise meter, and the natural sound around us is about 50 decibels. First, the normal basketball, which makes as much noise as you would expect. It's registering around 95 decibels. And now the silent basketball. It's averaging around 60 decibels. So this product is not a scam. Now we have something I was really excited about using, a breakaway bottle. These bottles are typically used on movie sets so that actors can break bottles on one another without getting hurt. It looks and feels like a normal glass bottle, but let's see what happens when I break it on my head. Wow, it barely even felt like I was hit by anything. That makes this product not a scam. However, that doesn't mean you should run around hitting people with it in public. You could still get charged with assault and battery. Those are some crazy products. If you want to see me test some other interesting items, click the video right here.
Virtual reality, can it be used for traditional art? It was a couple months ago where some Instagram reel was just really popping off, showing this artist using VR to start a mural. I got DM'd that reel probably 25, 30 times, but something stuck in the back of my brain like, that is pretty cool. I should try that out eventually. Well, that eventually is today. Also, simultaneously, another YouTuber named The Good Chad reached out to me and shared his video using VR for his art, and that was very informative and gave me a basis of like how this technology actually works. I have, what is this, a Quest 2? I've had this for a while. I've used it probably 3 times, but for this video specifically, I went out and bought the Meta Quest 3S, which is the upgrade to this, and that's mostly because the pass-through cameras on this are in full color and they're much higher quality than this. Quick side note I forgot to mention in that other recording, I'm not sponsored by the Meta Quest 3S or the apps that I'm going to be using in this video. I paid for those with my own money. Nobody asked me to do this. I just wanted to try this out, so not sponsored. I mean, this video does have a sponsor, that's Squarespace, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, back to it. What I'd like to do is try and use VR to start a mural. We have a little wall over here, and I want to see if it would work on a smaller canvas, like a painting. Could this eliminate the use of transfer paper? Could this eliminate the use of traditional grids, of doodle grids, of projectors, which have a whole host of problems, like having to use them at night, having to have enough distance from your wall? We're going to find all that out today, and I'm going to find out if I can implement VR into my traditional art process. Let's get started. Okay, first things first, I need to get the app onto the headset. So there's one app called Contour and another app called Stencil. And it seems like from my very brief research that Contour is a little bit more simple and Stencil has more options and features, especially for pinpoint scaling and rotating and nudging your art. And I think that sounds more interesting to me. There it is. It costs $9.99. Let's go ahead and buy that. There we go. My next step was to go to the Stencil VR website and upload my artwork. I clicked Upload Stencil, named my image, added my artwork, and clicked Upload. All right, now that I've uploaded my art on the website, it has shown up inside of VR, which is very cool. All right, here we are at the wall. My art's like a million miles away, way over there. Come here. Where's my menus? Hello? Oh, why is my menu way over there? Okay. Surface detection. To place your stencil, point your right controller where you want to trace. Okay. There's still a floating instance of my art way over there in the distance, and I don't know what that is about. Confirm placement. Okay. I'd like to scale it. There we go. Let's drag this mammoth. Whoa. The menu's in my way. There we go. All right. That's kind of big. Okay. Adjust. Wouldn't it be nice if scale and adjust were on the same screen? Let's adjust this guy down. Okay. The footage you're watching is me using this app for the very, very first time, and I gotta say it was a little bit tricky for me to get my art placed exactly where I wanted it. Having the adjust on one tab, the rotate on another tab, the scale on a third tab was a little tricky. I wanted to use all 3 features simultaneously, but as I used the app more and more, I got used to this control interface and was able to get my art into position more quickly and more easily. That's pretty close. Now, here's the test that I really wanted to do. Let's say I've traced like half of this mural right here, and then something happens and I have to take the headset off. If I take this headset off right now, all this work I just did to line this up is not going to go away. Let's find out. The headset is off. Let me do this. Let me do that. Gotta go get my headset again. Okay, it went to sleep, and yeah, this is still just like, oh, you put the headset off, everything goes away, that would be like a total deal breaker. Great. It's good to know I can take risks. One last thing I want to check out. Can I decrease the opacity? Draw? Oh, that's what the draw tab is for. It's for decreasing my opacity with the shading. Yo, this thing, that's actually kind of sick. It gets rid of the colors automatically. We're just going to go ahead and reduce that. Okay, locked and loaded. There's my Polska. You have to kind of stand back a little bit. Because like when you get close, it starts floating away from the wall. Whoa, I'm having a hard time with my depth perception on this. Can I increase my own body's opacity? My hands are like a ghost, and I can't even really like see where my marker's at. I feel like a ghost right now. What if I close one eye? Nope, that didn't help. My ghost hand is such a trip. It's kind of hard for me to see the tip of my marker. Maybe it's the fact that this isn't just line art, and it's got color image. Really got to focus on that ghost hand. Whew. Those are some of the roughest trace lines I ever done did. How's it look out there, Nick?
Is there supposed to be a bunch of like smaller lines inside of the glasses on that right lens?
That's just me trying to like see. My eye is kind of getting used to it. It's crazy depth. You can't get too close to the wall or else everything shifts kind of crazy. But just after about 60 seconds of getting the vibes of what this is like, I feel like my brain has figured out what my eyes are seeing, and it's like converting it into usable information for me, and I'm able to hold these lines a little bit better. But boy, those first like 30 seconds were a trip with my ghost hand and the ghost marker and the slightly shifting image. It does do a pretty good job of kind of locking that into place, though. All right, I'm going to keep practicing this, keep tracing this mural. I'll see you guys in a second. While I keep transferring my sketch onto this wall, I'm going to let you know this video is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace is a website where you can build a website. They make it super easy with their amazing templates where all you got to do is drop your content into their beautiful templates and you got a website, baby. Plus, with new amazing features like Squarespace Payments, your online shop can accept payments right away and even allow for more payment options like ACH, Apple Pay, Klarna, Afterpay, and more. Plus, with invoicing, scheduling, design tools, subscription products, and more, you have everything you need to share your vision with the world. So go to squarespace.com to start your free trial. And then when you're ready to launch your site, go to squarespace.com/1000 for 10% off the first purchase of a website or domain. Thanks, Squarespace. Okay, after playing with that a little bit more, I got a much better feel for it. I'm getting really fast with that thing. I love how with a projector, my body is creating a shadow and blocking the image. But with the VR, there is no shadow. You don't have to put yourself into crazy positions to not block the image. Very nice, very speedy, awesome. The one thing I did want to try is spray paint. Can I wear a respirator while also wearing the headset? When you're spray painting, your distance from the wall is absolutely crucial on your line width. So is the depth perception going to throw me off? Got to try it to find out. Because when you do paint murals, a lot of times you don't have a perfectly flat wall like this. You have rough bricks, you have cinder blocks, you have all kinds of crazy surfaces. And spray paint goes great on almost anything, but markers and chalk and other tracing devices don't work on certain surfaces. Okay, respirator on. Yeah, it kind of works. Okay, that's not too bad. My audio is going to be kind of muffled. It sounds like I'm talking to a fan. Do you hear that? It's chopping my voice up, making me sound like a robot. Okay, the wall is there. That's not too hard. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. How's that look?
It certainly looks better than the first two circles you tried to draw.
Yeah, I thought spray paint was going to be way harder than this.
It honestly looks like it's easier for you than the marker.
Interesting. Okay, I would say the spray paint actually works way better than I expected. Sweet, 2 for 2. Seems great so far. Okay, another test that I wanted to do is can I trace onto a canvas much smaller than that mural wall? Now, I'm guessing I don't want this to move around while I'm tracing because I don't know if this could track a moving object. So I'm going to just like kind of jankily tape this to my table a little bit to try and not move it while I'm working. Okay, VR time. Back in the world of VR.
Safe
quality with 30% off bed frames in the Furniture Village sale. But hurry, early bird offers end soon.
Here, you'll read today and enter.
Open up Stencil VR in my library. Okay, I have this cactus watcher here, and I guess this is going to be the thing. Okay, this is interesting. You know, the mural was straight vertical, and this, from my eyes perspective, I guess tabletop, so it's kind of a 45-degree angle here. All right, let's rotate this a little bit. Let's see if I can get a little bit better at using these movement features. Now the depth is something that's always a little bit weird. There we go. Move this a little bit. What I wouldn't do for like a skew feature. Decrease that. You gotta futz with these controls and keep bouncing back and forth. But I am starting to get a little bit more of a hang of it. Very minutely rotate that. Ooh, okay. I think that's looking good. So let's see how this feels. One thing is, I kind of want to keep a decent distance from the actual surface so that it doesn't start doing all this weird optical illusion like stretching and skewing thing. Alright, yeah, this works. Honestly, not mad at this at all. That works good. Definitely getting more used to my ghost hands, getting more used to just keeping my distance away from the art, not leaning in too close to try and like look closer or whatever. The one thing is, when I use transfer paper, I'm using like colored ink on my page, and it's pretty easy to tell where I've already been. I guess I could reduce the opacity. Like if I want to see where I've gone, I would just drop the opacity down. Okay, cool. Bring it up, bring it down. Yeah, I could even just leave this a lot lower. Something around 39%. That's a little bit easier for me to see where I've gone, and the ghost hand isn't quite as intense. So I suppose that's the ticket, is really reducing that opacity. The prep work on this is way quicker than transfer paper. With transfer paper, I have to prep my sketch. I have to make sure that it has enough contrast. Then I have to bring it as a PDF into Adobe Acrobat, print it out with the poster setting turned on, go to my printer, make sure I have the right amount of paper in there, print it out, cut it up, tape it together, lay down the transfer paper, tape that down, lay down my concept sketch, make sure it's straight, tape that down. Then I have to trace the whole thing with the ballpoint pen, and finally my concept art is transferred on there. With this, just get my PNG in there, throw on the goggles, get it in place, and we're off and running. Wow. Is that it? That's all she wrote. Nice. Nice, son. Yeah. That looks pretty good. Now, I will say if I was using transfer paper, my sketch would be a little bit more pristine, but it also covered up with paint anyway. This is a bit more loosey-goosey than what it used to look like when I do a little transfer. But there ain't no problem with that, because all we're trying to do is get our rough shape onto the canvas. Yo, so far, VR might be in my workflow. Might be in my workflow. That's all I'm saying. Okay, there is one more test I wanted to do, which is kind of like how big could this go? So let's say I wanted to paint a mural on this entire back wall right here. Whoa. That's very small over there. I guess I gotta get closer to edit it. Here's my question. How big can we go with this bad man material? Okay. It is getting pretty freaking big. I think in the middle, this is like, what, 17 feet tall or something like that? This isn't the right dimensions for this wall, obviously, but I would say that that is about 15 to 17 feet tall and maybe 25 or 30 feet wide, which is pretty sizable. Now, if I go over here and pretend that I am painting a mural, and I'm real close up here, oh, you move too far away. Okay. Okay, so if I'm here painting and I'm over here, well, that's pulling away from the wall a decent amount. Probably because this is the garage door and it's sticking out farther than the wall. So that would be a bit tricksy on walls that are not perfectly flat, but I can still make that work. Yeah, imagine I'm over here painting a mural. Okay, cool. The other thing is, I would have to make sure I don't smash my hand into that inside of VR. And that's cool. Everything is staying in place really well, even at this large scale. And it didn't seem like I hit the limit of like how big I could make this thing. So, dude, does it have a downside? I don't know. So VR. This is my first time using this. I kind of had to work out the kinks a little bit, but ultimately, I think this is a really solid choice for getting my art onto the surface that I'm trying to paint. Now, I'm sure on this video, in fact, I pretty much 100% guarantee it, there's going to be some comments saying, like, that's cheating, or you're not a real artist if you have to use VR to do this kind of thing. You're entitled to that opinion, but you know, if this is cheating, then do you think a projector is cheating? And if you think a projector is cheating, then do you think transfer paper is cheating? And if you think that's cheating, then do you think using tape or a ruler to make a straight line is cheating? And you can keep following that logic back. Is it cheating to even make a concept sketch? Shouldn't you just be able to paint it perfectly straight from your head every single time? Where you draw the line is completely up to you, and I say use whatever tools you got to be able to express your creative vision with the world. So what do you think? Would you try something like this and put it into your workflow? If you have used Stencil VR and you know some features that I didn't touch on in this video, let me know down in the comments. This was kind of like my first look, my first try at using VR, and I'm sure there's a couple of cool tips or tools or tricks or hacks that I don't even know about. But let's see, is there anything else I forgot to mention? Oh, the new puzzles. Can you throw me those? My new puzzles just dropped. This is the pink and green double-sided puzzle. This is the blue and yellow double-sided puzzle, part of my single color series. Satin soft touch pieces, really premium quality packaging here. And the Last Supper puzzle is back in stock. These puzzles are on my website right now, 10hun.shop. If you buy 2 puzzles at a time, it's 10% off. If you buy all 3 at a time, it's 15% off. Get those at 10hun.shop. All right, thank you guys for watching. Let me know if you're going to try putting VR into your artwork flow. I'm 1000. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace out. VR work. VR the work.
Have you ever seen one of those mobile ad games? You clicked on it and realized it's not even the same game. This is annoying, but somehow these games end up being really popular. So I want to try to remake one in Roblox and see if it can be a shortcut to success.
There's a secret mark on your money, and banks really don't want you to notice. It's hiding in plain sight. Once you notice one secret, you'll start seeing them everywhere. So what is this strange little symbol doing on your cash? Why do basketball hoops have nets? And why do toilet seats have that weird gap at the front? Let's find out. Welcome back to Amazing Secrets Hidden in Everyday Things. Ever been into a Kit Kat mall?
Nothing beats flying from Gatwick. And from March 2026, Jet2 are flying direct.
Well, last year we've covered a lot of different things in Minecraft, and these are the absolute best of 2025. Starting with, there's a rare chance for a chicken jockey to be a baby zombie villager. If the player were to cure the chicken jockey, yeah, that's right, and convert it, we're going to get a villager jockey. Where's Jack Black doing this, huh? There you go. So now we've got one of the rarest mobs in Minecraft, really. Wait, and then if it grows up, we're going to actually have a big-sized villager on this chicken? Hey, there we go. Wow, and now he's employed. He's like, well, I might as well make the most of this. By using the item display commands, we're able to summon in item displays that look like player heads in specific ways. And then by teleporting those into the right position, we can actually make it look as if we have different parts of the hat texture growing off of our blocks. And as observers showing off this example using moss, I think it looks really cool. And if you want the commands, we leave all of them down in the description, of course. My favorite probably is the glass block. But if you're wondering why you're getting the seed fighting on the texture that makes it look confusing, usually what that means is we just need to change the scale a little bit. Since if it's too close, the game doesn't know which texture to show, and it just makes it all clash. Minecraft doesn't have a lot of ways to make a waterfall inside of the game, so a simple way to go about doing that is by mixing in armor stands. See, as Mikkel shows off, we can take a page out of a book of someone named Disney Architect use armor stands in conjunction with the bubble columns to give off a different kind of splashing particle at the surface of the water. So by dispensing armor stands into our magma blocks like so, we can then hide those magma blocks in the water basin with the help of an item frame and a map art to give us the perfect base for a vanilla waterfall. Add item frames to the back of our doors like so. We can then fill out their texture using map art, and then look at the back of the texture to see that it looks different whether you're using a regular item frame for an unlit light or using a glowing item frame to make it look like the lights are on inside of the house. So if you wanted to, you could take your bog and shear the mushroom off of its head for an inefficient mushroom farm. Particularly why this is inefficient is because the mushrooms never regrow. So the only way to do this is either ground farming or use trial spawners. I don't know if they're really going to take that nicely to bone meal. Come to think of it, you cannot directly spectate the Ender Dragon's perspective in spectator mode, but by using the spectate command, you can. Whoa, I'm the dragon! I'm spinning a bunch. This sucks. So only using the /spectate command. But there's nothing unique to see or anything, so it's not even that interesting. I can go to F5, that's kind of cool. It's like a drone shot if the drone was broken. Extinguishing fire in the nether. Now, it seems stupid because, I mean, it's the nether, but surely enough, we go and teleport over there, and I bring myself some splash water bottles. I mean, splash water bottles, by all of their accounts, not worthwhile. It really just means that you wasted gunpowder. But if I were to go into survival here, I can throw this down and it clears out a flush shape of the fire and also puts me out in an instant. So if you're fighting against like blazes or something, it's a great way to help yourself out. Or maybe you got like your friend on fire, like observers in dire straits. No worries. Look at that. Or if you want, you could always use cauldrons, but I don't like the fact that cauldrons go down a level when you put yourself out like this. By sneaking a parrot into the wall here, we can tie it up with a lead and then attach that to a fence on the other side to give us a rope that we can then decorate with these candles, giving us not only rope lights, but also the perfect place for another parrot to perch. I will say that according to the original poster, it's a lot better suited for Bedrock Edition, where the mob's AI is better to keep it in place than it is on Java. Though if we can use the no AI command, I think we can still make this look pretty good. Just to mix some underscores and slashes, we can mix that all together to give ourselves a sign for our fire exit. And then by adding in glow ink and a red dye, you can make sure it stands out in case of emergency. And we'll make sure to have the thing to copy and paste in the description so that it's easy to replicate in your world. Spiders and cave spiders are neutral mobs, and they aren't neutral based off daytime, but off light level. So light level of 12 or more makes them neutral, but 11 or less makes them hostile. I had no idea. I guess I haven't torched up the caves enough. I genuinely thought that there was no amount that they would be fine with me, but sure enough. Oh, as soon as it's stepping out into the light level that's lower, it gets angry at me. So now I'm fine. So literally the safest way to go against a spider, just a bunch of torches. I surely thought it was daylight. The bed transpose door. Now, the idea here is that if we set it to night, and then I were to sleep in this bed, now this just looks like kind of a weird coffin setup, maybe a race car bed that ended up in a crash, but if I leave this bed now, when it's nighttime, it puts me out on the other side, because I can't go on any of those other blocks, getting me to my actual secret base. If you're not able to sleep the whole night through, I got a skeleton shooting at me, no worries, I'm on the other side. Pretty handy stuff. Well, quick, deploy the boat. What we've got here is a wither cage. We're already starting off section 1 with danger, but as you see here, we've got ourselves something that'll automatically break blocks that we put up for. So we're using literal targets, and it'll destroy it. So by having a wither with enough water on top of it and keeping it in place, you can redirect its projectiles towards observer, and he tanks them like no issue. The Chad observer versus the absolutely quaking wither. By having this here, it draws the wither's aggression towards this cod, and it shoots off in the direction that we want it to. What a weirdly precise thing that they have to calculate there. By mixing together copper bulbs and tinted glass, we place a copper bulb in the center here, and then surround the rest of our armor stand with tinted glass, so that it only illuminates when you press the button to see it. And really, this totally reminds me of something that you would see inside of a museum, making it a lot more fitting for a gallery instead of just having your items in a chest. And using copper bulbs instead of redstone lamps, that also makes it toggleable easily, as opposed to always having to signal on with a lever for a redstone lamp. With just 2 spruce trap doors, we're going to be able to make an entire secret entrance in your base. The way that we do this is we place one of them flush with the floor, and then the other one above it to look like some kind of shelf. That way, all we have to do to get into your secret entrance is go over, flip both of them open, and then climb the ladder down to get into our secret base. Plus, if you mix it with the right blocks up top, it doesn't even look bad, making it even better for a secret edition. So, the thing about mushrooms is that but they have a secret variant. And the way that we get this is a little barbaric. We have to lightning strike it during a channeling trident for a lightning storm, and then that'll give us a weird brown mushroom, which when you take a bowl, you can milk it with a flower of your choice. I like to give it a dandelion or something. And now we can milk it for suspicious stew. And dandelions are always the best because these give you saturation. So it fills up a whole bunch of food items. Very handy to have. Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, there you go. You really shouldn't have. That's actually incredibly eerie. Just the the still frame of you just like what you ate. Oh, we just got a snowy strider. So by having powdered snow here and regular snow, this means that by using naturally spawned powdered snow pits at the bottom of the powdered snow, you can have an open hidden trap door. Now, okay, we got to squeeze past a few strider remains. There we go. And now we're sneakily into our base. And then if we want to get out, we got ourselves our trusty pair of leather boots a little bit later than when we needed them. And then you can swim right out with your leather boots without freezing. Awesome. Now, we've shown this off in the past too. I will add in a little extra tip. So we got our snow here, regular snow. We get scaffolding. Place that up, get some powder snow layers through here. We can sneak through snow layers to get into the scaffolding. Another hidden base. There you go. 2 for the price that I fell in the snow again. So the go will automatically avoid powder snow. So look at that. We got powder snow here in the blocks. We'll fall in, but it'll actually successfully pathfind over it. So we have this very specific spiral here, and it'll always avoid it. That's actually pretty cool for the mountain goat idea. If you want to avoid falling in, use a goat. I actually think that would be a cool idea for a mount. Saying like, okay, you got to follow the goat or else. The glass bridge. Well, you can only follow it so far. Come on, buddy. I can't have anyone be better than me. There we go. So the guardian's eyes will follow and stare at nearby players. And notably, this even happens when they have the no AI tag. Look at how creepy this is. It really is just like a seen eye illusion. Oh, hey, buddy. There you go. I really feel like you could tuck this into something neat. Like if you had the trap door, the mangrove trap door, and you flipped it up. Yeah, look at that. Make like a creepy grandfather clock thing. I like this. The watch totem design. Back in the old days, coal and charcoal used to look identical. But the one main difference that you would painfully notice this with is that you can't craft charcoal into charcoal blocks. So coal is always going to be better for storage, but charcoal never. I don't know why. And I remember I would have to search through my chests and just accidentally put the wrong thing in the crafting recipe, never get the right recipe out of it. If you're looking for a sandstone block to use inside your paths, then you should know that by using the upside down texture of a sandstone stair, that gives us a basic kind of sandstone cobblestone to use in our path, which I think looks really good, especially when the regular sandstone just looks way too smooth at the top. When taiga villages were added into the game, the snapshot that added them made a pretty confusing change. That's because the snapshot said that a village only had to partially be inside of a valid biome to generate, then we could get these taiga villages that we see here that generate mostly inside of other biomes, making it just look like a miscolored plains biome. I mixed it together to Spencer facing downwards, along with 3 fences, 1 for the legs, 2 for the arms, and then a carved pumpkin on top. We already have the good skeleton for a scarecrow. But the best part is because that Spencer's facing down, we can add a button to the front and fill it up with a water bucket, so then when it's standing in the middle of your crop field scaring away the crows, all you have to do is just press down this button, and it'll actually flush all of the crops, harvesting it all. And then you just press the button again, and the water retracts, which is pretty good for a farmhand who doesn't have any actual hands. I love the firefly bushes for the particles, but I don't love the sounds. So the way that we can go about using one of these is that by placing the firefly bush underneath the ground like so in a mud block, you'll notice that its particles do come through the roof, but the sounds will be left down there in the basement, which works out great if you want to place down a whole bunch of these, but you don't want it to sound like you place down a whole bunch of them. And because they're in darkness under there in the basement, they're also going to be active at all hours, as opposed to just waiting until night. Horses have an increased immunity to fall damage. Whoa, alright, there we go. So if we push off the horse from 6 blocks, it'll be safe from all fall damage, versus like if you push me off from 3 blocks, that is my safe distance. Now the unsafe test, after 4 blocks is where other mobs, like the villager, would start to take damage, but 7 blocks is how much it takes to actually start to do any damage to our horse. Which I feel like I damage my horse from fall damage pretty often, so I guess I'm dropping it off of 21 feet drops. I mean, I can understand it not being the best for it, nor is that. That's about a 0 feet to drop. The spirit, the scene of the crime. So the idea here is that we're hiding a pressure plate in a high hole, kind of like that, or a little mail slot up there. And then if I can aim my fishing hook through there, perfect. Sneak on through, just turn around a fishing hook at all hours. This is fine. Get over to your chest. Awesome. Yeah, can you use an item? Let's find out. I don't think so. fool me easily. We tucked that into the observatory here, I would be none the wiser. We've got ourselves the lectern. Not for me to give a sermon or anything, but the idea here is that the golden apple was originally added because of a joke that was hidden in someone who made a crafting guide on the Minecraft forums. So they made a post saying all of the actual recipes, and then in that they said this one, and they said, oh, okay, joke item, golden apple, here's how you craft it. It's not actually in the game. Notch saw that and said, well, I do have that power, and now we got golden apples in the game. Adding a gradient to a banner is really easy inside of the loop. And then by using that dye of your choice, we can take that gradient banner, we can place it next to our light sources to make it look as if light is reflecting off the fabric. Or if you wanted to, you could even just place two of these with inverted patterns facing off of each other, and it basically makes it look as if there's a light and 5 in the center of it. Pretty good when you don't have vibrant visuals yet. I'm probably not thinking of scaffolding for your tables, but I'm going to show you why you're wrong. Since we were to place down an armor stand in the floor like so, and then give it a helmet of our choice, I like the turtle shell, then when we place a block inside of the armor stand, whether by pushing it with a piston survival or by using commands, then we add our scaffolding on top, outline the whole thing in trapdoors, and you'll notice that that helmet design peeps out perfectly from the top of the scaffolding. And better yet, we can even place our candles and flower pots on top, just like a regular table, letting you get creative with how you want to do it. When villages were first added to Minecraft, there was no Plains Village, Savannah Village, or anything like that. There was just villages, and you can definitely tell that from this very first image. And so in right here, we see a village generated both on the beach, in the snowy plains, and in the regular plains next to a bunch of giant mushrooms. And when that image was first shown off on July 1st, 2011, it wouldn't be until September 14th that we actually saw these in the game. And along with this, we also saw the villagers get added into the game. Though at that point, they were just called Testificate, which you can see by written in all caps above each of their heads. And there's a reason it didn't say blacksmith, because as Jeff mentioned during the testing, the lava from the blacksmith would often just set the whole village on fire. It's been over a decade, and villagers still are not any smarter. Heavy cores are particularly rare, and because they're so rare, using them for decorations like this is ridiculous. I mean, one of the rarest drops to get, and then you have what? A toaster? Ventilation system? I don't even know what this is. An unlit lantern? Neat. Yeah, I mean, you can only craft one mace. I guess what are you going to do with the rest of them? They're so expensive. Oh, look, we even got our little own our own mace built right there. Look at that. That's kind of neat. Is it worth going through all these trial chambers at the max level to get it? No. And it gives you kind of a fence so you can keep out people. And really, what's being rich worthwhile for if you can't keep away the pores? You gotta use a boat for a build hack. If we were to summon in a boat that has an invisible mob inside of it, then that boat can't get nudged around by anything else. And the reason that's important is that if we place a bunch of these boats together with the summon command, we can actually use their frame to give a perfect trim to our base. And here's what it would look like if we didn't have the invisible bats inside of the boat. Yeah, apparently bats are a lot more helpful than they've ever been before. You probably don't think of using flowering azaleas in your floor, but I'm going to show you why you need to. Since we were to take these and then mix them into our path like so next to mossy cobblestone, then you can see that it integrates really well into looking like an extra overgrown version of a regular cobblestone path. And not just that, since if you want to make a build hack, what you could always do is add in slabs around the outside of these azalea bushes. And because that covers up the whole stem of the bush, it just makes it look like a grass half slab, which works out great when Mojang seems to refuse to give us any of those to play around with anyway. So by using pufferfish in a setup like so, we can make an effective player proximity detector. So I go and take my pufferfish in a bucket like so, place it inside of this setup, and now when it puffs up and I'm not in creative mode, it triggers only then the tripwire hook, giving us a player detector. And I remember back when we did our old list videos, this was like my favorite thing to show off. I thought this was so neat. And before skulk sensors, this made a lot more sense. Does it happen even if you're sneaking though? That might make it a little better than skulk sensors. Yeah, there you go. So even if I'm sneaking, which a skulk sensor wouldn't be able to detect, they still can. An often forgotten mob, and one of the reasons might be is that endermites will actually despawn after 2 minutes regardless of player distance. I didn't know this at all. I didn't know that they had different despawning conditions, and that's one of the frustrations that you'll see when you spawn one of these for like an enderman farm, is that you have to instantly name tag it or else. Did you know resin can be waterlogged? Yeah, I was shocked too. But if you were to take that and actually put it into the bottom of our fountain, then it gives us the perfect detail to have coins that were tossed down to the wishing well. I just hope you wish for something better than the creaking. You're going to need a lot of them to get enough of this resin. Now, this is a great build hack. Gives a point to our lily pads, too, because we can place lily pads on water and then place a block on top of it. That lets us start building our ship or whatever we want on top of the water without ever having to go and just build straight up from down here. I mean, the alternative, it speaks for itself, really. You just want to place one lily pad you can get back, or do you want to do this whole stack? Just to get up to the same level. And plus, it ruins the water. If you're in a very deep ocean, this gets annoying fast. So to count as a kill for the advancements of killing every mob, you actually have to go and break the Creaking's heart. So we set it to night, get the Creaking to spawn, and then I gotta go after the Creaking heart somewhere in this tree. Oh, there you go, it's up here. Hey, buddy, just stay right there. Oh, the sound it makes is terrible. So if you want to get the Mobs Hunted achievement, remember to break this. That actually counts for Monster Hunter achievement too. It's just not likely to be the first mob that you're killing. What we've got here is the tunnel bore. So what we're able to do, and really what makes this all happen, we're doing TNT duplication for sure, but it's all thanks to the ancient debris being able to be a pushable block that doesn't explode. So that shoots it forward, and wowie, 100% collection rate too with the TNT. Then you go forward, you get yourself diamonds and stuff. Pretty neat. It is kind of weird seeing an observer in the world next to you. Are you comfortable with this? Desert Pyramid. And when these were first added into the game, they originally generated with wool instead of hardened clay for designs. Hardened clay didn't exist back then, so the TNT shop's always been intact. Yeah, sometimes the desert pyramids generate pretty unconventionally. And because of the added world height, we now see a lot more of these desert pyramids generate where they're getting stuck underground. Plus, these abnormally long sandstone pillars in the caves. And sometimes on the surface, it's even possible for a double pyramid to generate. And considering beacons are added around the same time, it's fitting that a fully powered beacon can be assembled inside of the roof of the desert pyramid. So we've got our villager over here, and if we get it to offer up a totem of undying, like so, and we kill it, it uses the totem of undying. Who would have thought the way to make villagers invincible was just to offer money to them? Everyone's safe for the right price, I guess. How weird is that? Pop them all.
Okay, so it's really fun.
I feel
Tracing your fingers. Good luck.
Whether you're hosting or guesting this Christmas, only EE has both the UK's best mobile network and broadband technology.
BBC iPlayer, here we come.
This is where dreams get loud.
No, never. Let's go. Where things get real, and sometimes deadly real.
When you fall,
and you get up stronger.
I've never felt more ready to compete.
Where young players aspire to the top of their game.
No one will ever be better than me. What a goal.
for every passion. Find it all in one place. Watch it all now on BBC iPlayer.
Adding waterlogged barriers to your lake, and it can make it look like leaves and debris have started to build up on the surface. And especially having this underneath some kind of autumn tree, I think that would be really neat. This is the fact that the axe, regardless of which axe you're using, does the exact same attack damage. Look at this. I didn't even realize this. Now, they have different attack speeds for sure. It gets a little faster with the diamond one. The difference between an unenchanted stone axe and an unenchanted diamond axe is nothing for damage. So just craft up a stone axe, and you've already got something that's going to be better than your diamond sword in all cases. I mean, nothing can top the king. All those axes, they're going to be exactly the same for damage. Yeah, that's that's deserved. Using different kinds of strip logs from the beach, we can make it look like wet sand the waves have rushed against. And I particularly like using a mix here of the stripped oak logs as well as the stripped birch ones, giving us lighter and darker colors of the wet sand. And the different texture they have from regular sand makes it even look more packed in as well. You're probably not thinking of using trapdoors for walls, but I'm going to show you why you should. If we were to place down a bunch of spruce trapdoors in a row like so, then when we fortify that with a platform to stand on, we can climb up top and actually shoot through these holes in the wall to oncoming monsters. For me, this feels perfect if you were to get raided, or just if an observer gets a little too close. Sorry, buddy. Turtles will always remember their home location, and that means homes are stored when the turtle hatches for an egg or is summoned at a particular spot. And that's important information because they will always return there to lay their eggs. So if they remember those sand blocks being the ones, they will always return back to that sand block, pathfind to it in fact, to go lay its eggs. And now we've got the eggs. You can't leash turtles? Yeah, sure enough. Leads have a very weird set of circumstances for what works with them and what doesn't. In easy difficulty, cave spiders do no poison damage. Alright, so for our tick sprint. Ow! Oh, that was a jump scare, observer. What in the world? Oh my god, that scared me so much. Alright, sure enough, no poison damage. I guess that's one reason to play on easy difficulty. Just don't tell the commenters you're playing on it. Alright, we're going to go over to the nether for this one. Ah, marvelous. And if we take a bed and I try to sleep, that is not the problem. What does happen though is that if I click this, it takes me to just a not trusted link dialog, which is a Mojang link. And they're like, yeah, you shouldn't trust this link. Anvils used to cost a lot more. Originally, when you had to craft them, it would cost 6 iron blocks like so, and only then would you be able to get the anvil. So if you ever feel like it's too expensive now, costing 31 ingots, you don't know how good you have it. And when the crafting recipe changes, I get why Yogscast had the song about wondering how to craft anvils, because even Mojang didn't know. So the idea here is that bamboo can be crafted into most, if not all, of the useful wood products. And, for example, we're talking about chests, barrels, our signs, sticks, anything you're talking about, pistons, doors, jukeboxes. We're starting to fall off a little bit here. Composters, not exactly useful, you know, but you can craft them with the bamboo. And it is the fastest thing to farm in the game. I mean, it just gets ridiculous going against this and just taking all of the bamboo. You can have it auto farmed with pistons and flying machines. It really gets ridiculous. But even if you're not, just go against a bamboo forest or plant out a couple of these yourself and insta-break it with a sword. But just, if you're going to do this, don't make the mistake of crafting it into mosaic bamboo. You can't use that for anything except spaghetti. So, squids, unlike ambient mobs, can actually be name tagged and leashed. They can, in fact, use it in a lot of different ways. And I think part of this is just because of how old they are, that they got grandfathered into a lot of this stuff. I think nowadays, if they were added, they wouldn't have a lot of these features to them. Look at how easily it breaks off the leaf. That's actually kind of, they yearn to fly. So, as of 1.20.5, the armored paws drop, our wolves not only got to last longer with wolf armor, but they also, tamed wolves now have 20 hearts of health, as opposed to the regular 10. That's double the amount of health that we have, Observer. And then if you add on wolf armor, it's technically invincible until that armor breaks. And now, this is the strongest mob in the game. I can go and take a mace and drop from like the top height. It won't die. Its armor's not doing too great, but it did just fine. So, trader llamas are considered different entities to the regular llama. Notably, the fact that they'll go after you if you attack a wandering trader. And while you can't tame them, if you breed them together, you can breed the wandering trader llama baby, and then this will be tamed for us. And now, if I put on a carpet, my incognito wandering trader llama, obviously, vertical slabs aren't allowed to be in Minecraft. Mojang even said so. But I mean, when you're looking at walls, and I get like a polished, tough slab here, those are already basically just a vertical slab. And I guess that would be Mojang's argument is that, like, hey, okay, people could be creative with this and get that, but I feel like people would be creative if you added in vertical slabs too. It just feels like an unnecessary hindrance. There also used to be a glitch that we've shown off in the past, we'll put it up on screen, where you could glitch out glass blocks in such a way and walls to get them in this state without having to have these, like, corner walls here. You could just have this. I guess now you could do it with a debug stick, if I'm not mistaken. See, as Observer shows off, we already got ourselves vertical slabs. So look at this, by just copying over the block state, vertical slabs, regular slab. I think put them in so that we don't have to be confused why we kind of have and kind of don't. Hoglins, not to be hunted this time. They can
Stop
repel
it.
different ways. So hoglins hate the work fungi because they think it smells bad. And also, placing down nether portals will scare them off, usually because they know if they go through, they're going to turn into zoglins. But this one, I didn't actually know this. They're scared of respawning groups too. I guess that makes sense. It has a nether portal at the top. I guess that would freak me out too. Ow! Maybe it should have. So, if you bring some of these over from the wolf forest over into the crimson forest, you can stay safe. Pretty good technique. With 3 leather, 2 glass, and 1 wool of your choice, you can craft a harness. No, he's kind of buttered up. So as soon as you ride it, it actually places down its goggles. But it's not just you who has to ride it. Here, if everyone wants to get on Dan's, 4 people can ride on a happy ghast at once.
No way.
Oh, dude. I can walk on it. And as Jay sees, you can literally walk on it like a solid block collision. There we go. So everyone has to be sitting. So it actually freezes still. And the reason it does that is so you can use the scaffolding. So if Dan wants to go take us up to a hot air balloon for maintenance, they can be like, I don't want that trapdoor there. So with the experimental changes for minecart rails, powered rails are a lot more useful because they can go a lot faster. Though, with that, they're still way too expensive to actually justify. And look at this. That is 6 gold ingots for only 6 of these things. At least we get 16 from the regular iron recipe. And because we need powered rails or some weird system of regular rails to make it usable, it's this is just like a DVD screensaver. It's really impractical to use minecarts. for one, if you want to go the fastest, use something like a piston bolt, which isn't even using these anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's yeesh. So what we're seeing here is a thing called quasi-connectivity, which only exists in the Java version of the game, and it's a glitch that allows us to give redstone power indirectly to things. If you're doing the same thing over in Bedrock, this bottom piston here, the one that we're showing in red, wouldn't get power. So unfortunately it breaks a lot of farms and doors and stuff by the time you bring them over to Bedrock Edition. Well, the classic's the redstone that's like not attached to it that works, right? Yeah. Speaking of something that we kind of have, kind of don't. Hey there, bartender. We've got the Illusioner mob. Now, this is a mob that's fully coded, it's in the game, but it's not really. You're only able to get it with commands, and what's even more confusing about the Illusioner itself is the fact that if I were to fight it, and I get it to go invisible, so actually, it looks like it's one of these four, but it's not. There's a secret one with the particles that's standing like off to the side, and that's the one that killed me. Yes. If I go into spectator mode, I can't even see the invisible mob that it gave. I just see the particles from it. Weird. Even when you give it glowing, it doesn't give glowing to that. I mean, other invisible mobs, that would typically give it to the invisible mob at the source. Yes, I can see the zombie when it's translucent like this. If we give it glowing, yeah. So literally, it's just the Illusioner that has this behavior. How odd. So the idea here is that you shouldn't be trying to convert your concrete before you go and use it as a building block, but instead, in places where you can, use it as something to build with, and then all you're going to have to do, save your pickaxe ability, is just flood water over the top of it. And look at that. You can build with concrete just like so. Endermen are the only mob that can currently spawn in each of the dimensions naturally. So, because of our warped forests over in the nether biome, we can now get them here. Obviously, they spawn in the end, and then the overworld, yeah, we've seen them that whole time. Okay, there we go. Sorry, buddy, but this leads into the source material of them being interdimensional travelers. That means your trio tries some master builder, so it's no surprise that they know exactly how to make a go-kart using these heavy cores. It's a bit expensive here in survival, but check this out. Since what we do is we place down our 4 heavy cores like so, and then using a 7th man to get our minecart into place, that alone gives us the perfect go-kart to have. But then by adding in an upside-down armor stand like so, like we do in the original post, it starts to look like the steering wheel so we can drive this thing around, hypothetically. So by using the debug stick, which if you want a quick way to turn that on, you can just go into controls, operators, item tab on. And now I've got the debug stick. And this lets us tweak the entity state of things. If you want a wrench, this is basically it. Move around the design. I can make the bed into different parts of it. So even has cool couches to decorate with. I can turn the furnace. I can punch and then change which state I want to change. We can make the barrel constantly open. Very, very cool. The debug stick is a thing I wouldn't know what to do with if I didn't have it. Why I don't play Bedrock Edition that much. Back when Minecraft achievements used to actually be called achievements, we had this one, which was, if you rode a pig off of a cliff, you would get when pigs fly. That looks more like when pigs die. So if I ride the pig off of a 5-block tall height, that would give you the achievement. And actually, now that it's advancements, we don't have this anymore. There's still plenty of things that are about killing mobs, but for now, no more for our pigs. Which actually is just removing a feature from saddled pigs. Now you really don't even need to do them anymore. I thought it was funny, but I'm not a pig, despite the negative press media. Observer, do you have a cake as a redstone component? Well, I'm sure you did, because you're observer. But sure enough, cake actually has a redstone level that it can give out. And here, we're actually using it in our redstone system to align things against the water. Which means your cake aligns it perfectly, just enough of an indent, so that when it flows over the rest of these, it'll actually get sucked up into the hopper. That's cool. But cakes with comparators give off different levels when you eat them. And I remember when we had the Redstone Utilities resource pack. The more cake that you would eat, the more that you could see the level that it was giving off here. Very odd. Really? It works through a wall? So strange. So that's it. Cakes are denoted as a container block. That's why they're able to kind of pick up in this way. Alrighty, here we've got the dyed elytra. Using the new team tint functionality with scoreboard commands and stuff, we're able to change the color. So we've got the classic elytra, we've got gray in all the ranges. Black elytra looks awesome. It looks like one of those wireless like speakers that you're supposed to put around your neck. Got the red, dark red. Now these don't match up with wool colors. These are the team colors. We've got orange, yellow, looks a little lime, actual lime, which looks awesome. Dark green, magenta, purple. The blues look really nice. I mean, originally you were supposed to be able to repair these things using leather. So the idea of being able to dye them in that way, that'd be pretty cool. Just saying. I'm placing down a wood log into the center of the floor. Bringing that out on a glass block on top with ladders on each side of its face, and then a rail on top to give ourselves what looks like an empty cage for animals. So just be careful, because unfortunately you can't place rails on top of glass and bedrock. Silverfish don't just spawn inside of strongholds, they also can spawn in mountains, windswept hills, even basements, I didn't know that one, and the mansion's false portal rooms. So this is an example of a fake portal room found in mansions, and then if I were to go take my pickaxe out and do a little mining, sure enough, the stone down here is all infested. Well, I wouldn't trust the pillagers to exactly go expensive for their block material, I get it. Funnily enough, having silverfish in their portal room is the most authentic thing about it. Alright, we gotta kill off these before they go and infest all our concrete observer. Alright, so how do we build this lamp? Because normally you shouldn't be able to place a carpet block unsupported, and the same is true about our lanterns. But the way that we do this is possible, it's just a little weird. So what you would do first is you would place down the support block, then use something like glow lichen to then place the carpet on top of. Just make sure you're pointing at something that isn't a glow lichen so it doesn't replace it. And then when I add glow lichen underneath this, the carpet now can support itself, which then lets me replace that glow lichen that was underneath it, and there we go. A little complicated, but it is survival friendly. Now see, decorated pots allow us to make a cheaper version of hoppers. Now normally you would use hoppers just to connect every part of this chain, but instead, for 4 bricks, you get yourself decorated pots. Also a very satisfying sound. The only issue is that someone's now able to break your redstone machine with a bow. If we were to summon our cat and then go to sleep, I guess I'll take the right side. Then what will eventually happen is that cats can drop secret loot, and there's a 70% chance for cats to drop an item when sleeping next to one. And the fun fact is that on servers where they disable things like phantoms, this is actually the only way to get phantom membrane on those servers. Oh, wow. What you guys do today at work? I just slept a bunch, you know? Hey, there we go. We got a rabbit's foot. That's pretty lucky. There you go. If you want to add a little something for your sleeping, just get a cat. The zombified piglin. So the adults will drop 5 XP, cow, while the babies drop 12 compared to the creepers 5 XP. That's shocking. I didn't know that the babies drop so much more here. And they drop an additional 1 to 3 XP if their sword doesn't drop. Now the sword drop is an 8.5% chance at the base rate. So actually a looting sword gives you a worse chance of getting experience there. So I guess kill the babies? That sounds like I don't know if that's the message we want to pass along. A baby zombified piglin with a sword? That's an XP battery right there. On January 24th, 2010, Notch added the very first structure to Minecraft, fittingly named the starting house. And inside of the starting house would be filled up with a chest giving you 54 full stacks of TNT, as well as every item in the game stacked up to 99. And while the original look was made entirely of full mossy cobblestone, it was eventually reworked to be planks and stone, which seems a lot more inviting for a house. And I don't know what's more cursed, seeing the stack of 99, or the fact that it's 99 blocks of lava. So piglins, funnily enough, will actually pick up raw pork chops and cooked pork chops, but they won't follow after them. So if we get out a hoglin, they'll hunt after the hoglin. Each piglin has a 10% chance to start the hunt. We got a lot of them, and none of them respond in the hunt. So really, no one. I hate this guy. Just looking at him. No one wants to go after this guy. Do you have to be in the Nether? Oh, there we go. Well, they didn't pick up the pork chops. Well, they really don't like starting a hunt. Big news from PigCon. Everyone's having a great time. Officials are saying it's getting bigger and better every year. Oh, they're off. Wow, they're doing like the method of running it off the cliff. Oh, now they're getting mad at each other. Come on, fellas, set aside your differences. So when do they pick up the pork chop? Oh, we have mob briefing turned off. Okay, we'll put up a clip of them actually picking up the pork chops. You can see here, this is after a successful hunt. We're picking up the pork. There's now a new achievement if we were to rehydrate our gas.
I'll do it. I'll get the achievement. Oh, I got it.
Oh, nice.
Stay hydrated. That's cute. Oh, they're holding hands.
Aww.
Kind of adorable.
Here we've got a farm, and it's a farm for shulkers. Doesn't look nearly as pretty as that little diorama that we had. But the idea here is that if you have a shulker that gets shot by other shulker bullets, then it creates another shulker, and while that can be very annoying when you're trying to move them to the overworld, I'm talking from experience, what it does mean is that we can actually use this as a completely automatic way of getting ourselves a whole bunch of shulker shells. Look at how ridiculous this is with all the scaffolding. So we're using all this scaffolding and slabs to basically give them a funneled way of only having them teleport in this specific location, learning their teleportation mechanics to build this farm. And then they get teleported over here, picked up by the minecart, and then dispensed into lava, killing them automatically, giving us our shulker shells. It's pretty horrific when you describe it like that, but I've done worse than Roller Coaster Tycoon. I think it's fine. Credit to ending credit. We've got here is fence gates, because if you're selective with how you use your fence gates, switching between fences and walls like so, then regardless of if we can walk through it, the pigs and other mobs cannot. Even chickens, which have a smaller hitbox, you're going to have to push them through to get them through. Now, the chickens themselves, if I get some like seeds or something, they're not going to convince their way out. But if I wanted to then nudge one out in particular, say, okay, we need something for lunch. Don't worry, honey, I brought back a full roast. I mean, this is an expensive wall, but look at that. We got our, just for one wall, the cobblestone wall here, you can walk through, no problem. No other mob's going to get through. Pretty nice. If you're 1 to 2 blocks away from a breeze, it will not choose to attack you. So, this is a good way to go and attack those breezes, is if you just go chase up next to it, you'll be completely fine. So, if you're low on health in a trial chamber, literally just go brush up next to a breeze. You'll be fine. No melee attacks for them. Llama. Whoa! Alright, so including all the different fur colors and carpet clothing variants, there are 64 different types of llamas that we can find. So that's kind of fun. Exactly a stack of different llama variants. I like that. Though that's not including the strength genetics. If you include those for the llama storage space, then that brings it up to 320. Which, wait, that's the build height. And this technically doesn't include the wandering trader llama. That's its own separate mob. So with vibrant visuals, one of the new things that we can look at, we saw a little bit earlier, is the new fog that happens with the rain.
Wow, Trent, there's a hole in your ceiling.
Why is it raining? Oh,
it's very handy for this specifically. Look, it fades away when you get underneath blocks and stuff.
Oh god, the kids are coming inside from the rain. Oh god.
come on in, boys.
I actually think it's a bit too strong if you ask me. It's like really blue. Like the grass is like a bluish tint now.
Oh my god, now I see it. Whoa.
By placing down frog spawn inside this one, it'll look like the olives on a pizza. Or by using leaf litter in this example, it looks a lot more like the bubbling parts of mozzarella that you get on a cheese pizza. Just maybe a little overcooked. Oh, we don't have dirt slabs in Minecraft. Granite slabs can actually do the trick quite well. And then by mixing that next to rooted dirt, I actually think it blends even better with our coarse dirt and regular dirt variants. Once you've built a window like so, what you could do is you could take the pale oak doors that you have, place them on either side of the glass, and then flip them open in such a way so that it looks like they're hinging perfectly as shutters for the window. Now, the way that you place these down does have to be a little bit precise. You should start angling your way into it, and then when you place it, it'll rotate out the proper way. But once you do, the results are hard to argue with. Now, this is the machine that we use to automatically fill up our water buckets for us. Alright, so if I throw in a bucket in here, that'll then give me my water bucket back. Or I could have just done this. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things where you get overly complicated solutions to very simple problems. So I'd much rather just go about it the old-fashioned way where I can. Look at all these hoppers. Look at all the redstone. No, this is too expensive. You can't convince me that this is worthwhile. I was trying to think of a practical use for this. I can't. It's practically useless. Killer Rabbit variant, which a lot of people know used to exist in the game, and you could still spawn it in using the certain rabbit type 99 command, but it actually used to have a 1 in 1,000 chance of spawning, and then it was a 1 in 2,500 chance until eventually it was removed because Jeb said the joke had been overplayed. But could you imagine just going around in the game and all of a sudden you come against one of the strongest mobs? Look at that, that's 6 hearts. For what? A rabbit? But when they do that much damage, I get why the Ravagers used to be scared of them, back when they were called Illager beasts. We currently have slabs, stairs, and walls of all of our stone blocks, except notably not for our concrete. So here, we've got command block trickery to give us the same. Very nice, Observer. I gotta say, this looks pretty good. And, I mean, you're warming up to me with the color choice here, too. This is, this is my stepdad. Alright, but we have all these different rainbow colors, but we really don't have rainbow stair variants. I mean, we've got woods, but if I wanted to make a rainbow of things, no luck. Yeah, I mean, currently, if we want colored half slabs, we have to use, like, beds and then the debug stick. You know, that's a slab, sure, but does it look great? No. Cool if you're in creative mode, but most of us aren't playing in creative mode. Alright, here we've got, oh, it's a name tag that's, like, folded up. Because we're talking about the smallest names. So obviously, we've got 3-letter ones. We've got egg, ice, TNT, and mud. So these are the smallest possible names that naturally occur in Minecraft. Here we've got ourselves the Warden Catalyst. Now, the idea here is that if you were to kill off the Warden, I get exactly 1 Skull Catalyst. Or just go down to an ancient city and just find Skull Catalyst anyway. I don't even have to go and kill the Warden for it. I mean, it doesn't drop you a lot of experience or anything. It's a mob that you're really not supposed to kill. If you could, then people would farm it all the time. But no, it's just something you get exactly one skull catalyst from. Let's make more skull. That's about it. On November 4th of 2020, the amethyst geodes were added to the game, which is considered to be a structure-like feature. But don't get me wrong, these things do not like structures. Considering that geodes, because of a bug, could actually generate next to a stronghold and break the end portal frames, making a completely unusable end portal. Alright, so sheared sheep actually do not need grass blocks. I had no idea about this, but they can actually just eat the short grass item or the tall grass block in the world. So we should eventually see this. It's only mud in the pen, except for a bit of short grass. Granted, it's not going to regrow, so it's still not the best thing to use for them, but I didn't know that they could actually just eat.
Stranger Things surprise. Custom pods made just for them. Choose their hair, look, and Stranger Things outfit. Put their name on the custom pod. Ready to send. Pop yourself Stranger Things. Create yours at funko.com.
Ease. Oh, here we go. We can see it eating. Alright, so they can't eat off of mud blocks because when you're standing in mud, you actually sink in a little bit. Here, you can see it with me. Even though mud blocks don't visually look lower, you do sink into it quite a bit, actually. So they don't eat it because they think that they're inside the mud. But we switch it over to this muddy mangrove roots, and they're completely fine. Ravagers are one of the few mobs in Minecraft that can break blocks. Actually, this goes because of a design philosophy in Minecraft. The player builds, they didn't really want the mobs to be about destroying. However, the Ravager will destroy different plants and leaves and such. So landscapers beware. You're in for, I guess, more work. Actually, that sounds kind of nice if you're a landscaper. It's like, oh cool, at least I'll have a perpetuating cycle for my job. They break crops and everything. They just suck. I just hate Ravagers a lot. The honey block pearl door. So the idea here is that we're sneaking in, getting the ender pearls, and then if there's a specific angle that you hit this honey block, slip through, and there we go. We have now ejected ourselves into our hidden base. Not the most flashy, I might add. Oh yeah, we've got these water columns that are sloping us up. So the same technology that lets us do this, lets our hitbox sneak out the pixel, is what lets us use the same with the ender pearl. See if I can make like an ender pearl stasis. Okay, it's stasis, but I'm gonna be in stasis. So if you aim through the most translucent part, that's how you get out, and then same on the way up. Does hurt a little bit, but you know what? So does honey. There's something you can add to your next dig site. This by facing a copper lightning rod off the ground like so. Then by using suspicious sand or suspicious gravel, it really does look like something's stuck in the ground. And we don't have to just settle for that. Since by using a debug stick in Java, we can also change the block state of it to be on level 3, making it really look as if the ground's disturbed by whatever's inside. But considering we can't just silk touch and pick up those blocks, maybe you wanted something that you could do in survival, then the option would be end stone in the sand like so, or dead coral blocks fixed into the gravel, which there, I think that looks really good. By using a white banner as the base, and then adding on the red flower charge, white border, white base, and white chief to this, we end up with this result for an archery target, which as you can see from this example, if you place it against a couple of hay bales, you've got the perfect thing set up for your next target practice range. And you don't have to worry about potential redstone that gets kicked off by using real target blocks. Since the wrong friend could easily rig that up for a deadly trap. I mean, we've done the same in the past. Now, this would already be a fantastic vein of diamonds to go through a mine, right? But way up at the top here is the largest vein of diamonds mathematically possible is this using deep slate ore. Now, we've kind of generated this post-world generation, but in this, it would be possible to find that you can get 849 trillion diamonds. And folks, that's not even touching into Fortune 3. You go in that with a pickaxe, you're going to get bored of the stuff. And look, compiling all the diamond blocks, we get this massive structure. That's incredible. A lot of people lately are talking about mixing redstone with building and calling it buildstone. And I think this is a really cool way of doing that. Since what we're doing is we're using trapdoors in the back of this that get activated on a regular interval from the redstone to then change the state of our walls. Since every time that it connects to the wall, it actually turns into a column as opposed to a flush wall. And then by having that go along in a row, that'll give us this rippling wall effect. Perfect for some kind of spooky maze. So for summoning our frog, frogs technically don't have any attack strength given to them. When they go and eat a magma cube, it'll always do the most amount of health to kill it. And the reason is that it's actually just despawning the mob as opposed to actually killing it. There's no damage done to the magma slime, except for maybe emotional damage of being turned into a light. We give it the max amount of health, it's not going to matter, because it didn't actually use an attack, it just disappears it. That's actually probably the most accurate representation of unaliving that I've seen. They just rewrite you from history. Known affectionately as the Titanic, the iceberg dive, the idea here is that we're plunging underneath the iceberg to find our base. And then by swimming inside of the iceberg,
Someone gone calling.
well, just let the dog upstairs.
Ow! Jay, boy, can you get the dog down?
So there's a lesson to be learned here. So we've got our bed, and then if you want, you could just swim right in. You can also have nice hidden base. There you go. Inside here, I couldn't tell you what was down there. And honestly, I can tell you this. If you're bringing me out into the base, you can keep your hidden base. When you're designing your next campfire, you should know that by mixing together different things of resin and coated blackstone into holes like so, we can make it look like hot embers that are coming off the fire. And then, for an added touch, you can use the leaf like so, for the brown texture to look like different parts of kindling, or if you switch over the biome type to the garden, then that leaf layer turns gray, giving us clumps of ash that came off of the flames. This here is the torch flower, not actually being torch. How disappointing is that? We got light blocks in here, but the torch flower gives off no light despite its name. Which basically makes it pointless, because the torch flowers, you're not going to be using them to breed up the snipper or anything. They don't drop the seeds and stuff.
Jay, why are we calling Ozzy onto your bed? You know he's not meant to be up there.
It's real disappointing, because I love the snipper.
Take this. Come on, guys.
I could just go right down to the lava. Hey, the observer saved this. What are you doing? You're using a display entity on top of the torch to make a giant torch flower that actually lights up. It's beautiful. So snow golems are actually completely immune to fall damage. And that way they're like iron golems as well. But it doesn't matter what height you drop them from, they're always safe. Which makes sense, right? I mean, powdered snow removes you of fall damage, so why else would snow do that? Let's drop it from the top here. But if we go see our test subject, completely fine. It even looks like MLG clutches when it places down the snow layer. It's like, oh, perfect. Well, that's not a great spot to be in, but at least he's fine. He can come off at any moment. He's not going to die from fall damage. So if you kill them, they could still lay snow. Oh, look, you're spreading their remains. That's horrible. Some of the ruined portals will actually generate and technically light itself if it spawns inside of a woodland mansion naturally. It takes 2 ruined portals generating next to each other to complete it, but once they do, the lava from the nether portals can actually light up the rest of the woodland mansion, causing the fire to strike and giving you a fully completed nether portal. In Java, adult polar bears will attack a nearby fox if it stays there for too long. However, baby polar bears will attack foxes immediately. It just makes sense. Your kids can only be so polite. Go on, get it. Yeah! Got a lot of hunting this episode. I guess Minecraft is big game. Now, because of the bundles that were recently added in the most recent drop, this lets us condense our storage down into just a couple of bundles like so. Here we go with our dropper. Look at this. I can even color code them. We don't exactly have shulker boxes in the early game. Craft one of these up with some leather and string, and you're good. I mean, they changed the recipe too. It's a lot better. It only costs 1 leather, 1 string. Now I got my valuables bundle, my seeds bundle, my bundle, and I can even put them inside of a shulker box for added shulker functionality. You can't exactly have shulker boxes and shulker boxes. We've got the most storage that we've ever had in Minecraft now thanks to bundles. So if you guys remember, if you go into like a monster spawner room like this, usually you could find saddles in the chests. That's not going to be the case now, since now, in place of saddles, it'll generate leather and iron because we can craft saddles. Yes! Finally! Oh my god, that's been years. It's literally just free leather over an iron ingot. So salmon, oddly enough, have this feature as opposed to cod. I didn't know this. They can swim up a 4 to 5 block tall waterfall, simulating real life salmon. There's also different salmon sizes. Look at this. We've got a big salmon, a small salmon, a medium salmon. Oh yeah, now we have the bedrock parity to give us different sizes. I like that they can swim up the waterfalls. That's neat. I like that they have any bit of variation to the cod. So there's a variant of pandas called the worried panda. Now they won't eat on their own. They have these little sad eyes and they hide from mobs and thunderstorms. Yeah, look at it. It runs away from the bog. Oh, look, it cries. Wow. He's scared of the thunder. Wow. There's a lot more effort put into this mob than I think a lot of people realize. The allays were originally added back for Minecraft Legends. So the player in Minecraft Legends is focused on doing something else. So this is the way that they could go and pick up things and give it to the player to pick up the resources, which is how they work in the base game. I give it that, I throw away this, it goes and picks it up. What's weird to me though is that if they planned it for Minecraft Legends, then why would they put it in the mob vote? That just feels weird to me. But sure enough, it won, and now we've got it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they also were intended to be for the Nether update. They were originally the Wisp. Well, now it's going to be the Was. See you later, buddy. So zombie sieges are a rare event that happens in Java Edition. So at midnight, a group of up to 20 zombies can spawn if the player's inside a village. Whoa! Okay, hey fellas. These mobs can even spawn inside of mushroom fields biomes if the player yourself is inside of an adjacent biome. So if you're in the ocean nearby, you could cause this to happen inside of the mushroom fields biome. What a terrible thing. We got ourselves a goat, and if I turn on hitboxes, you'll notice that the goat's model is offset towards this way. So, yep, we can split it down the middle again, as Observer does here. And if you do that, you're going to notice pretty soon that it's a lot more asymmetrical. How strange. I don't know why they get it off by like a pixel. Well, now it's off by a lot. Skeletons, unlike zombies, will always stay undercover when attacking the player. Well, apparently. I guess this one hates you so much, Observer. So it won't chase after you into the sun. It'll actually just try to stay back at the cover where it can to shoot at you. He wasn't very good at it. This guy seems a little better prepared. He's not going to burn up. Yeah, so as long as they're not too dumb. If they're able to shoot you from underneath the tree, they'll stay underneath the tree to kill you. So just stay away from forests then if there's a skeleton. I don't know what to tell you. The smallest armor. So visually, when wearing it, got either netherite boots or chainmail boots. Now, chainmail boots are kind of funny because if you're counting up pixels, then they're definitely weird in the amount of pixels that they've got. Yeah, standard iron boots and other boots like this actually have a complete wraparound like so. But netherite boots, they just kind of lip up at the front and then shallows out at the back. All right, now we're talking about the glow squid. As of 1.21.2, there are now baby glow squids, which is parity with Bedrock. It's kind of cute. So the only way they're going to find these is that they spawn naturally. Oh yeah, it's definitely smaller when you look at it like that. Here we've got the smallest farm. this one's made by a folk that we're going to call Noob from the Nether. But basically the idea here is that we've got the egg farm is technically the smallest farm in the game. So if we go up high into the air, composter, rail, minecart, we got to get our piston to push it in, then a button. And now it's technically the farm. Then you just add your own chicken. We're going to do it with spawn eggs. You use regular eggs in survival. Okay, we found the limit. Look, this is going to double as a chicken farm in this case. So then all your eggs would fill up. And there we go. We got our first step. Oh my gosh. Observer, everyone was having problems. This is how we're going to solve the egg crisis. If you place down a pale moss carpet and then right-click it like so, the debug stick, then that'll extend all of the sides up at once, giving us our own version of pale grass. The most recent village added to Minecraft is the Snowy Village from December 5th of 2018. But how these snowy villages are defined are a little weird, considering that on Bedrock Edition, the Snowy Taiga biome spawned the Snowy Villager, despite technically being Taiga villages, which would be a whole different villager type. But I understand the confusion, considering that at Minecon Earth 2018, originally these were shown off as the textures for the Taiga variants, but they ended up being used for the Snowy Villagers instead. And maybe all that texture confusion is why we still have this bug in the game, where if you use the program or our texture pack, then the zombie villagers of this type will render their fists up near their head as opposed to where they're supposed to be. So, our horses, donkeys, and mules used to only eat apples, but now they eat carrots.
Can I give them a golden carrot? Or am I getting too excited?
You could give them golden carrots in the past. That's actually how you breed them.
They eat a lot of carrots.
By starting first with a row of logs going like so, then we connect it all up using regular rails, and then place trap doors on top of each one of those rails. That doesn't disrupt the rails, but instead it gives us this great looking connected design for our staircase. It's just gonna be one that you climb up one step at a time, but it does look cool. Here we've got the armor stand door. So going over on the location, we've got our armor stand over here, looking a little naked, but if I were to add something on top of it, like a turtle shell, that triggers and lets us get through. And the reason for that is a specifically calibrated scope sensor that you can see here. We've got a lectern on page 5, giving it an input of 5, then letting us go through and detect for different things. How crazy is that? I mean, I wouldn't have thought dressing up the doorman was the way through, but sure enough, now we're on our base. And then you can waterlog the calibrated scope sensor so it doesn't make sound. Oh, cool. How do we get out of here? visible item frame in the bottom of the fence like so. We can connect that up with a lever and then place a skull on the inside of that item frame to make it so that our levers and our fence connect perfectly at the wall, giving us a really cool detail for a lamp. And again, the command to get that invisible item frame will be in the description below. We do actually have a change to the clouds. They've now make it so that there is a creeper face that generates in the cloud texture.
I'm noticing the clouds are way more shaped. That's actually fascinating. Wow.
It seems rare.
I found it. I found one.
Hey, really?
Yeah, I did. He did find one.
There it is.
Wow.
In Bedrock Edition, the leaves will change color with the snow, but the same doesn't happen in Java. But to make pretend that it does, we use the pale oak leaves to make leaves that look tinted pale by the snow. And then by adding on different snow layers on top, I think we could really sell this illusion. It's better than just the spruce trees covered with snow that we're used to. Angling in some rails down the staircase into our flower box, we can then drop down some common mine carts and finish it off entirely with some flower pots. Give ourselves a great looking flower design to show off on your base. But if you're building this, just know that it's really annoying how the rails can connect to each other when you're placing this in a row. I'd recommend just doing one at a time. Well, this might look like an axolotl statue, but actually, if they're related to wardens in some way, at least this theory says, by inverting the colors of a warden, they actually share a shocking resemblance to our axolotls, particularly the white and pink axolotl that we can find. Not any of these, not any of these. This one. Can you turn around, please? Wow, this is a very well-behaved Enderman. It's just looking at the wall. Yeah, look at it now. See? You look at it through the Enderman eyes, we've got the axolotl warden. And this also ties in because there was actually a hidden message in the game's files that said the axolotls are not to be trusted. Here we've got the crossbow rocket launcher. Alright, so if you offhand the rocket and load it up, and I've got multi-shot on this thing, I can stand back here and just eviscerate the poor pigs. Oh yeah. We got a real bloodbath here. That was kind of a rough particle to choose. Hard to say it's not accurate. The amount of damage that you can do with a crossbow with light duration rockets like this is absurd. It's also one of the only projectiles that's able to hit mobs that normally don't get projectile damage, like the Wither in its later stages, or even Enderman. Alright, here we go. A couple of Endermen. Yeah, look, I was able to hit them. Enderman killed with projectiles. Oh yeah. Well, I also just think it looks really cool to be able to shoot firework rockets out of a crossbow. I mean, I don't use a crossbow that often, but this rocks. Coal and charcoal took 8 items, the planks took 1.5, and logs also took 1.5 items. So, never cook with logs ever. First, you want to turn them into planks, and then the logs of the planks to get charcoal, giving us even better returns. So it used to be the case where if you were flying with an elytra and you right-clicked a block with your firework, it would place it on the block, which was a very easy way to, like, die. This is probably the most applicable change that they could have made for a small fleet. I feel like that'll help a lot. It used to be a bug that would cause abandoned villages to be a 30% chance of Bedrock Edition, as opposed to the intended 2% chance that we saw in Java, which now is the case on both. The update Aquatic wasn't done adding new things into the game, since on March 13th, we then got shipwrecks added into the game. And on Bedrock, those shipwrecks can be a lot more rare. You can actually spawn in the sky because of this bug here. But Java also has its fair share of glitches for our shipwrecks. Considering that if one of these spawns in a chunk border between 2 different biomes, you can actually get it made of 2 different variants of wood. Like we see here from this one made from dark oak, as well as our regular oak planks. Here's the reason it's sunk is because of indecision. If I were to get a size 3 slime, it'll jump 3 blocks to try and get to me. So that makes sense, right? Now we get in a size 30 slime. Here we get the jump size over to size 30. And then if we want to get really dastardly, we can go all ow. Yeah, they also scale their damage too. So in fact, one of the strongest mobs in the game is a giant slime or magma cube. And then observer, while I'm flying up here, can you spawn in a size 100? There we go. This one actually might be stuck because it's got parts of the mod showcase set inside of it. So the magma cubes max size are able to jump up high enough where they actually just despawn. That's hilarious. The magma's vertical, slime is horizontal. Here we've got the wither skeleton. So wither skeletons have a 100% chance to drop their skull if they are killed by a charged creeper. So if I go and I take my flint and steel and get down here and ignite, that is a 100% collection rate for the wither skeleton skull. And granted, it's a whole lot of setup. You gotta go bring a charged creeper all the way over to the nether for that, or I guess conversely bring wither skeletons out into the overworld. That's a lot to do, but 100% collection rate, that's pretty cool. The smallest achievement name. So, the smallest of these, Wax On. So, Wax On, the smallest achievement name in the game. Even if they got small names, they're always easy to get. So the phantoms will spawn regardless of biome and other spawning rooms. which means that they're the only hostile mob that can spawn inside of the mushroom fields biome. And funnily enough, they can even spawn down in the void. I had no idea about that. In fairness, I'm not exactly taking my my spring break over to the void regardless. But sure enough, if you're hanging out in your void base and you're not sleeping because you can't place a bed down there, ouch. You know what I mean? That sucks. You can take the Vindicator and then rename it into Johnny as a reference to the Shiny, and now it'll kill off any mob that is around it. Well, that was kind of given. If I were to give like an armadillo or an axolotl or something, it'll go and kill off all of these passive mobs. It actually becomes a pretty good way to farm things too. So if you want to go get your passive mobs killed off in this way, you could sure enough do it with a Johnny Vindicator. So what they're showing off here is that we can have a Johnny Vindicator that is a Vindicator without commands. Look at it. It even goes after it without the axe. So these are both Johnny Vindicators because it's an NBT tag. And now we've got like, here's Johnny. Look, he comes after you. He's a where's my hug guy. I can't imagine anything worse. Now, what we've got here is flying squids. So what'll happen is squids will start to glitch out if there's too much entity cramming and swim outside of the block. See, what's funnier to me about this is that squids used to be able to fly around. This to me seems like they're trying to go back to their roots and we're just rubber banding them back. We're clipping their wings. But look, this one's getting pretty far. This is kind of a fun game. I like betting on which squid gets the furthest out. We're gonna see how far they can fly. There we go. Up in like calamari down in Tartarus. So nothing happened just yet, but hit at 5. So we can change the camera distance. Whoa, yeah, this is what happens when you're on a gas. I'm really far away. Wow. How far can we set this? And I just go out of the building? Oh my gosh, I set it up to 100 and I'm just like at the corner. But think of making this for maps, right? Whoa. Like a top-down map where you could set people's camera distance like this? That actually would be pretty cool. Or like, what if I make it just 1? Ooh, I like that. If you make it down to all the way just 1, then it kind of feels like an over-the-shoulder thing. Oh yeah, it does. Whoa! It's so up close and personal. If we were to spawn an Iron Golem and then kill off a Wandering Trader, it doesn't attack us at all. They just don't care about those guys, which further cements the theory of them being completely disavowed. They're excommunicated. When a zombified villager is more redeemable than you, that's pretty bad. Even if the Happy Gas Summer Drop isn't on all servers, this is a way to make sure it's there in spirit. Since by taking a mix of white blocks and then using stairs for the cheeks facing inwards, then all we need is a slab for the mouth, 2 more for the eyes, and a bunch of buttons for the different dimples on its face. That alone already gives us the basis for the Happy Gas, but what I really like about this build hack is that we can take after the original example and glow like it on top of the different goggles on top, giving it the kind of shine reflection that you'd only usually see in a texture. Hey, we can even connect the boat up with leads to the bottom of it if we wanted to as well, making it about as functional as the regular Happy Gas, the one that's static. If we look at this, we've also seen a big change in the way that our furnaces look now. See, furnaces used to have this top stone texture to them, which actually would have been kind of cool if you wanted to like blend it in. I mean, I've heard people using furnaces for their floors, but here you could literally do that and be none the wiser. And considering you could tuck stuff inside of furnaces, this could have been a way to have almost hidden storage. Look at that. I mean, we are just hiding stone in stone. That seems a little pointless. But now, it's just the regular furnace that we know, which still has a nice texture. I do like using this for floors, but not stone. So, if you were to feed a hoglin the crimson fungus, usually this would despawn because it's a hostile mob. It should despawn if we go far enough away. But now, it actually has some bit of NBT data changed in it, where it's not a regular Zoglin. They gain the persistence required and it doesn't despawn. So you're welcome. Sorry about your face. Here we've got, I believe, the smallest you could possibly render. Little tiny diamond block. All my riches. Oh, I see it. I see it. I'm zooming in. My hand is too shaky at this zoom level. There we go. I found it. All right, observer. We're going to be doing a little bit of converting today because if I take a husk and I waterlog it, then after a while, this poor thirsty guy is going to turn into a zombie. And after a while of that, the zombie will turn into the ground. So it's possible to fully convert your mobs all the way this way. Granted, you can't convert them the other way around. You can't, like, dehydrate a ground. And this makes it all the easier to do because the undead can't swim. So they just merge down and look at that. That would be fun if we could, like, dry it out with sponge. Just wring it dry. We'll squish it with 2 pistons. The giant. Hey, well, actually, this is a good way to see how big the observatory set is, isn't it? So, giants are completely useless. They have no AI. They're not even considered undead, so the smite enchantment does nothing on them. Actually, if you want a giant that behaves with AI, what you would want to do is summon in a zombie and then give it the scale attribute. Alright, so like a 6.5 scale. Oh yeah, look at that. We got 2 giants, and one of them actually does something. They don't even attack me, as terrifying as that is. Oh, their hitbox is even correct. That's such a cool command. I love the scale attribute command. Alright, so the solution here, we're in our secret base, right? We want a way out. And we don't want anyone curious when we're escaping. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this up, and then by having a minecart up here, it puts us into this slab of this floor. We eject, and we're right back up here on the ground level. So by just having a minecart, you can escape to some pretty cool spots. And I mean, you could also have this be a hidden roof above your base if you wanted to as well. It doesn't just have to be an escape, it could be an entrance. Not bad. I don't know why we have a skeleton here. I guess I usually keep those at the bottom. Now we're looking into block breaking. So by clicking fast enough with the right click, what we're aiming to do here is look right inside of the piston's hitbox when it explodes, placing a piston upside down in the same block. Hey, look at that. And then unfortunately you find out that it's still another thing of bedrock there. The piglin brutes actually do not do a victory dance after a hoglin hunt. So there's a rare chance of piglins doing a victory dance after the hoglin hunt, but the piglin brutes are so serious that even if they go and do it, they won't celebrate. They do half of your health every time they slap you with no axe, no nothing. They're just doing that for the love of the game. I hate them. They just suck. Someone who doesn't like to dance isn't a friend of mine. Here we've got the redstone ore update tool. I'm walking through the mine shaft, right? Nothing crazy, maybe mining a few blocks. I just punched that, bam, into my secret base. Now this does work as kind of a time thing, which is annoying, but by having it powered with an observer underneath, we're going with copper bulb that gives us the binary output to make this redstone ore. Very nice. I guess you could do this with any ore if you wanted it to be something that you grow, but I mean redstone ore works uniquely well for this. I think it's a good way to use that block. Plus, blends in. Just don't place it on like a super high level. If you're up here and I'm seeing redstone ore that's just like cropping out here, I'm gonna be a little suspicious. You know what I mean? You gotta make your jukebox look more interesting. Since we're placed down that jukebox and then outlined with 2 dark oak trapdoors as well as a sign on the front. All we need to add is just a lever and a hopper on top to give ourselves a perfect design for a phone bridge. And it's still a functional jukebox too. I think when you can make something that both looks good and functions as expected, that's the best of both worlds. Our wolf, sheep, and pigs now have their legs mirrored. It was literally just the same leg 4 times, so now it's actually differentiated.
It really is only noticeable on the pig. Because the wolf and the other sheep, they don't have the protections like that. But
Yeah, pretty cool. Small enough tweak, but if we didn't mention it, no one else is going to. Here we've got ourselves the smallest plant. Observer, you take a pumpkin seed, I'll take a melon seed, and then we plant them. That's 2 pixels. Very, very tiny. Oh yeah, look at the hitbox for it. It only goes over one of them. Wow, I guess the other one's not as important, huh? Yeah, there's our mushroom. Small, but it's not the smallest. Flower petals is pretty small, you know, especially if you're looking at like one of these little pluses here. Brown mushroom, if I'm right, should be bigger than the red mushroom. Yeah, the melon and pumpkin seeds, those end up being the smallest. We've got the wind charge in leather gold. Now, the way this works, actually something that we were just talking about in another recording, what we're doing is we're using a wind charge in a seemingly normal field, maybe a little underwater. I'll throw that. It could trigger 3 blocks, letting us get inside and having the ultimate base down here. And then we get in, we have our stuff right. After the wind charge escape. Yeah, let's get a little bit of an X-ray here. So all of that is we have a lever on the underside of this that gets flicked when we throw out our wind charge, trigger and everything like that. And you would think it's the target. It's really
Make more happen with computer science at Leeds Trinity University. Master the tech that drives innovation with a course designed in partnership with leading tech employers. Start your application today.
lever right here is doing it. The target's just used to redirect redstone. Very cool. I love being a scarecrow! Alright, here we've got the smallest player size. So, on my regular size right now, I press this button, bam! Now I'm able to go hang onto my house. This candle's massive, observer. Well, I guess you'd even be a smaller player size too, because you're only just ahead. Yeah, our jumps are completely thrown off for this. But look, I'm so small that I can actually peek inside of blocks. The camera doesn't know what to do. 0.0625 is the smallest size that we're able to go down to. And we're normally 1, so much making it. So if we change it over to nighttime and then kill it, oh, we didn't get it that time. Okay, so it's not quite yet. You can actually get it to drop its bottle. We're the worst bartenders in history. Hello, welcome in, sir. No outside food or drink. So it's an 11.5% chance of looting 3. I feel incredibly unlucky then. Whoa, okay. Hey, there we go. Oh, fantastic. We're going to need these to hide from the cops. Well, the same happens if we send it over to Day. Sorry, Mog Swamp, you're probably not going to want to watch this part. Hey, I got a milk bucket. That's a lot of effort. I'd rather just stick to a cow. It freaking moves very awkwardly when it's going through cobwebs. Ow, ow. Our guard's turning against me. Observer, I'm getting revolted against. This isn't fair. Look at how slow it is. Yeah, it just randomly stops when it's in the cobwebs, which is not expected behavior. It's supposed to be very confident in chasing towards me. So, if you're in a pale garden, I guess bring some cobwebs. Or just go during the day. Don't go when there's creep behind you. Alright, well, I'm going to go back into creative. So, normally, we would have paintings up here, right? But walking through a painting, that's a little hack. So, the idea here is that if we have a painting that we instead throw items through, that gets us a pressure plate into our secret staircase. Now, granted, it's a secret staircase that lets us go right back up to where we were, but you can collect the items even if you want to as well. I mean, there's a lot of ways to use paintings that don't just use paintings in the typical way, right? Like, if you get something like this, what you could do is you could just add cracked doors, and then, if you got the standard painting door, you can't just walk through here, you have to maneuver your way. Or you could have a painting that you can only swim through. That makes the door a lot better. Or you can just use this option. Either way, more hidden than none. So, now what we're looking at is the different changes of Minecraft's logo. Check this out. So, originally, Minecraft had what to me feels a lot more like a RuneScape style logo. And it's kind of interesting thinking about any version of the design not having the creeper in it, but there you go. Looks like they integrated a pickaxe that would go behind the wrapped parts of the letters. You have the block in the background. That just looks like a Minecraft server that I would join on to. This one definitely feels very MMO style. Yeah, some of these were sketched out by Junk Boy, who originally used to do their merch. I believe that'd be this one over here. Until eventually they decided that you can't beat the classic. When the pillager outposts were added in November 21st, 2018, they came with a horrible bug, which is that if you removed all the blocks of the pillager outpost above the floor and then look down at the pattern, you notice that the floor is asymmetrical. Missing this corner block here. Yeah, it's completely unplayable. And one thing you might notice that when you remove all of the pillager outpost to see this, is that pillagers can still spawn even if the outpost doesn't have any blocks left. It only has to do with the location of the outpost, which is a lot easier to remove all the blocks to test this on Java Edition, as opposed to these extra tall pillager outposts that sometimes generate on Bedrock. They do look really cool though. June 25th, the monster rooms were initially added to Minecraft. Also commonly referred to as dungeons, these rooms were so old that they actually predate skeletons using bows and arrows. And if you need another reminder of how old these things are, when you go inside of the chest and look at the loot table, you'd see that they originally used to generate with sulfur in the chest before the item was renamed to gunpowder. We have a world border like so. You can see that sniffers can dig blocks that are outside of the world border. Yep, so look, the item just completely glitched outside of the world border. How poetic. It could just go and sniff outside of blocks. Outside the world border. Yeah, we gotta do the void one, right? Yeah, there you go. There's now a player locator bar that shows up in place of the experience. Even in survival. Yeah, even in survival you can see it.
I am so...
The truth is, too, is that's not fully gone. If you were gaining experience, you'll see it temporarily, and then it hides again.
Oh, that is way better. Yeah, I like that.
There's arrows for like where you guys are relative to the camera. Yeah. So if you're above me or below me, it gives an arrow.
So nice.
So it'll shrink like the player icon on a map. You're pretty far away. Okay, so now it just lost your corners, Dan.
Yeah. Mine's a little circle. God, you can track from far.
Yeah, now it's even tinier. But how cool is this, right? Not having to tell someone your coordinates.
This is really nice.
So we've got our armor stand over here, yeah? So with the command, observer's going to show off the / waypoint command. Observer set up a waypoint on the bar for the armor stand.
Whoa.
Oh, observer's got something here. Oh, look, it puts black spots on the map for all of our enemies. Yeah, that's cool. You can see, like, the wave of enemies that we have to kill on our bar.
Oh my god, this is going to be so nice for pillager rate.
Yeah, it is. So, Jay, look at the red color on your bar, and you're going to see, as soon as I put on a carved pumpkin, it disappears.
Oh, you can hide. You can go incognito mode.
There's different ways to hide from it. The carved pumpkin is one. A player head is another.
Wow. You're completely inconspicuous.
Or the potion of invisibility.
Visibility, of course. Wow. That's brilliant.
It is now fully possible to make playable pop-up windows like this. So here is Minesweeper recreated in Minecraft.
How do you even do this?
I want to play Picross like this. Yeah, right? You can make any UI that you want. Yep.
That's actually nuts.
This will stop me from doing parkour skip if you make Picross like an RNG Picross.
Yeah, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna make Picross and they're gonna be like, actually, that's cool and all, but the parkour's more expressive for what I want.
You're right, you got me.
But yeah, we'll get a clip of it working, but sure enough, you're able to make full animations this way.
Yeah, I'm ready for modern day settling and mumbo jumbo to start making full Disney films.
Pay close attention to this image from Sarge. Since if you look towards the top right, you're just able to notice an igloo peeking out. And so it makes sense that a day later, igloos were finally added to Minecraft. And while plenty of people already know about the secret basement that generates underneath some igloos, you might not have known that the sign inside of that basement has gone through a few changes. Originally, it was an arrow pointing to the right, one to the left, and then that was changed to a whole bunch of series of X's like so, until finally a sign where it was an arrow to the left and an arrow to the right. A whole bunch of changes just to get the arrows flipped. And have you ever wondered why there's a furnace inside of the igloo in the first place? It's actually intended that if you use this furnace, it'll melt the ice with enough light level, flooding the carpet and revealing the trap door down to that basement. So you can go and see all those arrows by yourself. What we've got here are the Skylands. Now, this is actually what the original idea was for the end dimension. It was leaked by a publication that Notch was working on it. Notch was like, oh great, now I really got to work on it because they basically promised it as a feature. And the idea would have been that we'd have this sky dimension, kind of like what the Aether is based off of. And eventually this became the end, but having an actual Skylands version would rock. Having in special low gravity for this, you could make it like the moon dimension. It'd be so cool. There's this weird, eerie, idyllic place. And then if you fall, it just takes you right back down to the overworld. Be a good counterpart for the end and the nether, something that we don't quite have just yet. The pressure plate timer door. So the idea here is by having a pressure plate to open up your door, that's simple enough. But having a pressure plate that you have to stand on long enough to activate the hidden door. So I step on this, wait, there we go! That eventually opens it up. Now, granted, the way that we have this set up, it was just one block away from entering in, but something like that, especially for doing it in a way where you can kind of combine techniques. You could use the fishing rod technique. You're putting it with a fishing rod on the pressure plate. It has to hold it for a certain amount of time. You can't just instantly retract it. That'd be cool. The cactus texture used to be really, really bugged. So if I turn on something like programmer art, you can see the old cactus texture. And now if we grab it, obviously it looks like the same cactus in our inventory. But originally when you would grab it as an item, it would be glitched out and you would just have it facing this weird way. Alright. Just the observer manipulating the cactus real quick. So this is how it looked. It just had this weird six-sided texture. And when it was in your inventory, it would look the same as that. But now, thankfully, that's not an issue that we have. Though, I do like the ability to have six-sided textures like this. Mojo really has gotten rid of a lot of those. And some they've added back in, but I kind of miss it. The trial chambers have plenty of useful loot, but some of it might not actually even come from the trial vaults. Instead, where we can get them from, a lot cheaper to just go after all the copper here. And one of the reasons that this is great is because all these are waxed too. You don't even need honeycomb for this. You can get all the copper and all the different variants completely from this thing. But I can get my lightning rods here, copper bulbs too, at different oxidization stages, which can take a while of time as well. So getting them all just for the price of mining out this, that's nice. Alrighty, after swapping out all of the blocks inside of this trial chamber, we've got the grand totals of 123 waxed cut copper slabs, 4,367 copper blocks, 3,169 oxidized copper blocks, 1,324 oxidized cut copper blocks, 133 chiseled copper blocks, 621 copper grates, 164 copper bulbs, 283 oxidized cut copper stairs, 83 oxidized copper grates, 45,937 tough bricks, 4,679 polished tough, 97 oxidized copper trap doors, 145 chiseled tough blocks, 2,568 chiseled tough bricks, and exactly one wax oxidized chiseled copper, giving us the total amount of building blocks of 63,694. So keep your castle to those dimensions, I guess. Observer, you want to take a stroll in my igloo? Don't pay attention to the basement. Just okay. Well, you can't blame me if I didn't clean up down here. So we've got our villagers and our zombie. So if I have it on easy mode, they're just never going to convert, ever. It's a 0% chance on easy mode. On normal mode, you at least get a 50% chance that it zombifies. hard is the only difficulty where it's 100% guaranteed that it's going to zombify. So now we're on hard, we at least get this, which seems more forgiving, that you now have the chance to then go and change your villager back. If I had a great villager and I lost it to a zombie, I would feel like I was playing hard mode if it just died. So this is one of the reasons why I'll never play on easy mode, because on easy it's just so unfair that you'll never get it back. Completely 0% chance of converting. Now you won't be able to tell this build hack unless we had the glass here. We're actually using upper half slabs as a way of making our floor. And this way we get double the amount of floor blocks and you don't lose your form at all. It all looks great. Very nice. What I personally have done in the past, it gets a little hard to clean up on. But let's say that you've got like a brewing stand or something, then what I could do, I make both of those full blocks, and then I waterlog this one. Got a hidden water source right there. So I can just get my bottles, fill up for brewing, you're none the wiser. It does make changing out the floor kind of annoying though. And now we got an infinite water source, as Observer showing. On October 4th of 2012, to coincide with their spooky Halloween update, Mojang finally gave us these witch spawn huts. Or rather, they were supposed to spawn witches. Originally, they did actually spawn witches inside of the witch huts, but they would just despawn like normal monsters, which was then changed in Snapshot 16W42A. 4 years after they were added in. And one of the interesting distinctions that we see between these on Bedrock Edition compared to Java is that harming potions actually generate inside of the witch's cauldrons. Though, if you're looking for something on both versions, then you'll notice that only black cats can spawn within the witch hut, making this symbol of bad luck into 100% odds. And what's a lot rarer than that is this double witch hut that spawned once. I just really like this witch hut and wanted to mention it. When other fortresses were first added to Minecraft, they were honestly pretty hard to see. And these early screenshots that Jeb showed off when it was a work in progress really go to illustrate that. The original Nether was a lot darker than what we see today, and your best chance of seeing anything light up inside of this would have just been some kind of blazes shooting off fireballs. Considering that they were the only reason worth coming to this Nether fortress in the first place, we wouldn't get wither skeletons for a whole another year. And speaking of those wither skeletons, while they're not able to burn in game, when Minecraft made the Minecraft Experience physical pop-up for the villager rescue, there the wither skeletons were actually able to burn in lava where they can in the regular game. The Blaze and Breeze spawn eggs, well, first of all, you guys noticed that all the spawn eggs have new textures, but they used to be jumbo sized. Here's how you can see the different spawn egg sizes. So there was a tiny, medium, and a jumbo.
Whoa, I like the jumbo.
The Blaze and Breeze used to be that size, but now they're shrunk down to the regular size. Makes sense given the size of the mobs. This is my favorite of the spawn eggs, by the way.
What do we got? Nice nose.
Is that Iron Golem?
Yeah.
Spectators will now teleport with the entities that they're spectating through a portal. So if I were to go into spectator mode, and then there's a mob that we bring through, I don't know, like if I punch Jay, I'm spectating Jay now, and if Jay goes through a portal, it used to be I wouldn't go through with Jay, but now I do. I just also dismount from Jay.
So there's no privacy anymore. You're just following me everywhere I go. Okay.
There's no privacy. I'm just following you. This is so weird to watch you, and like I'm just playing my own Jmoji simulator.
What's up, guys? Today we're playing Jmoji Sim. We're gonna go to the end.
Jmoji Sim 2014. We've got the armadillo. This looks a little barbaric off the bat, but the idea is that if you have an armadillo inside of this, it takes reduced damage while rolled up. And so, if it's rolling up because we have the husks here, it'll actually be practically immortal. And this is actually the thing that we've used to build different farms. We showed off one farm in the past that let the armadillos taking damage like this give a bunch of silverfish with the infested effect, because that gives the silverfish every time that it takes damage. And then we use those silverfish to use oozing, giving us a slime farm. This is horrible. For one, there's no way that it's cooking evenly. It's gonna be there's gonna be a very undercooked center in there. Look at it, it's red. I don't want rare food, Observer. I'm sorry, I gotta go. See you. Oh no, Observer! Well, that's just rich. So the Elder Guardian fatigue applies once after spawning, and then once each additional minute after that. So if you milk bucket the fatigue, you can circumvent the effect usually for about a minute at a time. Now, if you are in an ocean monument and you get it again, because there's 3 of these guys that are spawning in the monument, they each could be on a desync schedule. But if there's just one, I'm fine. I can go and do my cobblestone farming. This is a very weird cobblestone farming, but you know, what mother wants, she gets, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I would honestly just rather use this and kill off the thing so that I don't have to deal with it for any minutes. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about it again. So, if you punch a witch, that'll cause it to drink a potion instead of throwing one. And if you notice, every time that it drinks a potion, its nose lifts up a little bit, and you get to see its mouth. It is a 2-pixel mouth. I think it's also the only case of a nose moving. Like, if you have the villager noses don't move. Oh, the sniffer. That makes sense. Copper bolts were a godsend for the redstone community for like a few weeks, and then they changed it back. And all of a sudden, they're pretty much forgotten about. The idea was going to be that copper bulbs can update on a 1-tick system as opposed to 2 ticks redstone as a whole completely opens up. So in the original change, what would have happened is that this one would light up one tick faster than this one. That doesn't happen anymore. Now they're both just right in lockstep. Sure, they can keep a binary value to them. They can be turned on or turned off. So what we have here is basically a simulation of what the copper bulb would have been. The copper bulb would have been this one. This was an immediate thing that everyone got excited for, and they rolled back for some reason. Now, it seems very intentional to put it that way in the first place. I don't know why they would roll it back. The smallest foodstuff for hunger regained is either tropical fish or the pufferfish. Now, tropical fish is terrible, right? 1 hunger point, 0.2 saturation. But the reason that pufferfish is even worse here, let's sit down at our table and enjoy our nice, terrible meal. The pufferfish is worse because it gives you poison and hunger when you eat it. So now, if I go and sit down and enjoy my pufferfish meal, the chef's compliments for the smallest neutral mob. Tastes great. Prepared just as I like it. This gives us hunger and poison, so it's going to take away some of our food from the hunger alone, and then the poison ain't going to help either. Just terrible. Don't eat pufferfish. That could be like your extreme no. That's like an absolutely not answer. So here we've got ourselves a furnace, and what we're going to see with this example is originally you could use flint and steel and throw your items in to smelt them up. And the same was true of lava, which is kind of a funny concept to me, of the idea of just putting your cobblestone right on the edge, hoping that it gets exactly cooked enough but not burnt. Feels like trying to roast a marshmallow. And honestly, if this is the way that you could smelt ancient debris into netherite scrap, I think that'd be really cool. I mean, we have items that don't burn in lava, so imagine just throwing your ancient debris in and then walking in and picking up netherite scrap. I think that'd be cool. Maybe not raw chicken. I don't know what's worse, dying or having to have your corpse burned in lava because the person being killed you doesn't even know how to cook it. On March 22nd of 2023, we didn't get a new village added to Minecraft, but rather the remnants of ancient village culture. Since mentioned on Minecraft.net, trail ruins were meant to be a sign of how the villagers used to live. And while these originally used to generate with sand and suspicious sand, that was eventually just changed to gravel variants. And while archaeology was thrown off all the way back in Minecraft Live 2020, the idea for it still exists inside the trail ruins. Considering that one of the rooms has 2 coal blocks and brick stairs, which is meant to be a reference to baking the pots in the original archaeology. This is showing off different ways to do stealth in vanilla Minecraft. Now, you don't know this until we lay it out like so. There actually is different levels of detection. We're going to survival. Currently, at this part, I'm outside the creeper's detection range. Now, if I get over to this point, I'm safe while sneaking. This is 80% of its range. And then, if I were wearing a creeper head, then that lets me go up 50% of the range. And finally, if I had the invisibility effect from a potion, that lets me get to 7% of its range. So not fully close, and also I can't be wearing armor or anything. But to right about here, I'll be safe. I mean, granted, I don't think I look like a creeper, but just enough to convince it. Oh, look, I got it stacked up, so by using all of these in conjunction, it's too much! Campfires will cook for free forever. No fuels needed after the crafting. So if I were to just go through and have a bunch of these, I can go hibachi style and just have all of the different pork chops I ever could want. And this is just fantastic, folks. You really can't beat just having all of your food pop off exactly when it's ready. I mean, it is slower, sure, but it's also free. And I mean, come on. You don't even have to have any effort for it. It rocks. And by making lots of these, we can offset the time cost for them. And if you want to, even if I was to get rid of these, need to move space, I break one of these, I get the exact amount of charcoal that I used to craft it. So I'm actually not even wasting the wood in the process. I'm still getting charcoal. You ever wanted a pet dragon observer? But with this, there actually is ways to connect the Ender Dragon over to the overworld, and using a very specific setup that will show on screen, you can get it teleported over here, and it doesn't do much in the overworld. It's definitely destructive. I wouldn't recommend letting it next to the other animals. We have an overworld Ender Dragon, an Over Dragon. There is no tool that is most efficient for breaking glass. Everything is the same as your fist, whether I'm using the hoe, axe, or this paper, cobweb. I could use my shovel, a trident, mace, I don't care. Anything would be better. What it used to be, what I would do is I would get a pair of shears, an anvil, and then you could add this back together in survival, and that used to work. And then, whenever you broke things, it wouldn't lose durability back in the day, because there was no intention for this to be used this way. So you'd have an infinite silk touch tool for breaking your glass. But now, no luck. Is that the perfect tool right there? The enchanted snake? It's the perfect tool to remove me. Spyglasses cost a lot. They're not very useful. So one of the ideas to change that would be adding a new enchantment to our spy glasses that can let us reveal invisible mobs. Oh, the comments are gonna love this one. Yeah, look at that, Observer. Your Sunday best right on display for everybody. This will reveal any invisible mobs to us. Wow, look at that. That would be so awesome. I would carry around a spyglass because right now I just do Zoom. And I know you were saying you don't have to use Zoom. Obviously, people who are on Bedrock don't have Zoom mods like this. It's just so much fun. I'm thinking like Hanzo, you use it to see which enemies are going to be behind walls, mark them, and then you can go and kill them. That's a whole new PvP meta. All right, Observer, we're talking about paintings. But you might see there's no paintings on these walls. And the reason is because these paintings weren't actually added in fully. These were added in back in the Wild update, these 4 elemental paintings, but only for creative. There's no way to get these in survival. And then, in 1.21, they actually did add in a whole bunch of new paintings, and these still are not accessible. I don't get that at all. Yeah, it's very Avatar, which is a weird thing for them to even have a reference to with this. It didn't hint at anything coming up. Maybe the breeze. Maybe we'll get other kind of elemental style mobs. We got a blaze, we got a breeze, but I don't know. With a dirt guy, odd. Maybe Nether update, trial chambers, trail ruins, future update. I swear they did trial chambers because they kept spelling trail ruins wrong. Trials and trails. Like, the fact that they put those back to back makes me think that there was something with a typo. That's my own personal theory. This one is about bombing ocean monuments. Now, as weird as it might feel, you can actually use certain blocks to drop into the TNT and make it possible to explode underwater. The TNT that's inside the sand block, which would technically be air, there you go. We can blast ourselves a hole through and get all the blocks, even when we have the mining fatigue. So if you go and blow up 3 specific spots where the Elder Guardians are in the ocean monument, then you can go easily have a way to swim in, kill off the Elder Guardians, and then from there, just mining. Definitely one of the most useful ones. Here we've got ourselves the smallest amount of XP from any item that you can cook in a furnace is from kelp. Sure enough, if we're cooking up our kelp, it only gives you, what, 0.1 experience? It's pitiful. Yeah, it doesn't even give you it on the bar visually. All right, let's try smoking 3 kelp at once. All right, here we go. So small that you don't even get experience most of the times that you're cooking it. It's also the thing that takes the shortest amount of time to eat. Here we've got the gold helmet versus the iron helmet, which is completely pointless to me. They both give you the exact same amount of armor. Look at that, +2 armor when you wear them. So if you want to save your iron for something else, you could just wear gold. You have gold. Or if you're in like a PvP server and you're thinking that you need to upgrade, you really don't. Unless durability matters, then otherwise, I would just use the gold. Ah, marvelous. See, Observer, your golden helmet looks great on you. Don't let your crown tip, King. So you think after this example of average tuna to build ourselves our own golden statue made entirely out of block blocks. Now, building one of these might seem a little complex, but I actually do it step by step. And by laying out the main tough blocks like so, then we get the staircase-like pattern that gives us all we need to place down the actual detailed blocks. Now, for a lot of the face details, all we're really using here is stairs. Have 1 upside down and 1 right side up for the nose, 2 more that are facing in for the eyes, and then a set of 6 on the top of his head like so. Now we just need the ears. And for those, using a set of 4 walls on the side of each side of the head, we can finish it off with a chiseled tough brick in the middle for the lips, and that'll look pretty incredible when you put it all together. So, as you can see here, it actually might be hard to see, because now with this resource pack, powdered snow is now raised 1 pixel higher to be at the same level as the snow layers around it, making it even harder to notice. Now, granted, the only way that you probably notice it in regular Minecraft, I would turn this off, is because occasionally just be walking through and you see a little bit of a lower pouch. That makes a little more sense. But with this turned on, just noticing this, yeah, I even looking at it, I wouldn't know. Like, if I let Observer just take the time to go and mess this up, so that, here, I'll go look away, and you make a little secret. All right, no peeking. Maybe a little bit of F5 peeking. I'm mostly looking at myself. Now, if I walk back over here, yeah, this is so much harder. See, you can kind of study it through by looking at the hitbox difference, but even then, this is like the glass maze in Pokemon. Much harder, and if you get it wrong, you're done for. The Enderman Vault Door. Now, what's an Enderman Vault Door? Now look at you. This is like pushing you around the old folks' house. Come on, Grandma, we gotta get you back to bed. I used to have block update detectors in my day. Sure you did. Now it's all observers. Don't worry. Shoot the block with a good resin. With a good reason? Resin? We'll find out. Ooh. So look, if I shoot this, it'll open and trigger the door by shooting the Enderman through the wall. Yeah, there's some weird way that this works out. Now we've got an Enderman trapped here in the boat with the chicken to fill up the other slot. What that ends up doing is that it triggers the exact sound here, sound level 14 with the calibrated scope sensor, thereby opening up the door. But if you knew like which block to go for, maybe because you got particles here, you could even tuck in some crying obsidian so it's less obvious. Now look at that. Walk my way in, and the reason this is working here is that these are wall blocks here. Yeah. This particular design is by Acrobatic Duty 8731. I think that's so cool. What a clever way of using the Enderman. You ever wonder what stone horse armor would look like? Let's replace down a couple of walls for the legs. Then we can connect with the inside by using these dark oak trapdoor gates. And then use two smokers, a barrel, and a chiseled stone brick in the inside. We connect the rest of it up with a stone cutter at the back. And then to give the back of the horse, all you need is a stone slab, an iron trap door, a dark oak stair facing into the lectern, an upside down grindstone, which you will need to support block in place. And then the stone cutter gives us the mane of the horse, while the trap door underneath gives us the mouth. And finally, it's a lever with a fence and a chain to give us the tail at the back. Hey, you can even ride it too, just not very far. Alright, we've got observers hidden base. Now see, up here, you fly past this every day, but you might not notice that on the inside, Observer actually has a few evil things to spy on us. We go down here, from the outside, these just look like regular eyes. You can't even tell in the pixel art, but actually, we're getting spied on by Observer, always watching. And with that, folks, YouTube thinks that you might like this video, so see if they're right and have a good one, alright?
G'day ladies and gents, Kevin Media here with the eagerly awaited update to the Orbital Strike Cannon. This is the Orbital Strike Cannon 6, which has been fully designed from the ground up in version 1.21.4 of Minecraft Java Edition, and will work on any version of Minecraft 1.21 or above. In case you're wondering what happened to the 5.0 version, well, this is the 5.0 version, and as you can see, there's something slightly wrong with it. Yeah, in 1.21.4, Mojang happened to change something about entities interacting with money blocks, and it completely broke the alignment system. So I just scrapped the entire thing and started again from scratch, making the 6.0. And as you can tell from the intro, this thing is an absolute beast. I spent 2 months fine-tuning this design to offer all of the functionality and features to make it the ultimate all-wheel strike cannon. But before we get into the cannon and its design, I think we should take some time to establish something. It has come to my attention that a lot of people are having a lot of issues trying to get my older designs to work. And I mean, I get it. I was once that kid witnessing some mind-blowing contraption in a YouTube video and wanting to mash that thing into my Minecraft world as quickly as possible without any consideration for how bloody complex the thing is. So before you go down into the description and smash the download link, perhaps consider smashing that subscribe button and then listening to me carefully as I walk through the process. To start with, you need Minecraft Java Edition. Not Minecraft Bedrock Edition, not Minecraft Pocket Edition, not Minecraft Winnie the Pooh Edition. And no, I will not be making the Orbital Strike Cannon in Bedrock Edition. It's basically a completely different game to Java Edition, so you may as well be asking me to make the Orbital Strike Cannon in Fortnite. Although, I wouldn't put it past their marketing team given how little dignity that game has left.
My awesome smaller son will now get the parade just for you.
If you're wanting to hop onto your generic multiplayer server and build the Orbital Strike Cannon to exact world domination over your online friends, well, there are some things to be aware of first. This is the cannon's alignment system on a vanilla server. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. This is the cannon's alignment system on a 1.21.4 paper server. And as you can see, it doesn't work fine. Unfortunately, paper seems to do something mysterious to the way entities move, which means a finely tuned mechanism handling hundreds of TNT per second will experience some problems. And in fact, this is the problem with trying to build any finely tuned redstone contraption in an environment it was not designed for. Mechanics are changed, and the thing doesn't work anymore. The Orbital Strike Cannon is made using vanilla redstone mechanics from the vanilla game. And even the tiniest modifications to these mechanics will cause the entire thing to violently disassemble itself. So needless to say, no, the Orbital Strike Cannon does not work on paper servers, and no, I will not be making an Orbital Strike Cannon to work on paper servers. And the same goes for any fork of paper, spigot, velocity, folio, purple, forge, you name it. If you're unsure and want to know if the cannon works in a specific environment, well, try it and see. I personally designed the cannon on a fabric client with technical utilities like Carpet, Carpet TIS editions, Chunk Debug, Item Scroll, Lightmatica, and Tweakeroo. I also use optimization mods such as Lithium and optimized fast entity movement from TIS Carpet Edition. That last one is particularly important. If you recall my investigations from the video Learning the Ways of the Wind in Minecraft, you will know that the movement method for entities will make this corkscrew pattern for each tick and only glide with blocks on the independent motion axes. The reason why Minecraft does it this way is because it is more efficient to compute the collisions for each face of the entity independently than it is to brute force the collisions in a straight line. Case in point, my Mammon simulation of Minecraft's movement method can't even decide which faces should be rendered when I move the object in all axes simultaneously. So the corkscrew motion is simply easier to implement and faster to compute. Or at least it should be in theory. But there is a problem. To illustrate the problem, let's fire a shot from the Orbital Strike Cannon on a server that is not running any optimization. Let's start by running a profiler, like so. Fire the shot, and the server will freeze for some significant amount of time. Oops. Rubber banding. And we're back to normal. Here is the result from our profile. If we look at the MSBT widget, we can see that there was a single tick which took 13 seconds to be processed. For reference, a Minecraft game tick usually takes 50 milliseconds or 0.05 seconds, giving us the normal 20 50 ticks per second of Minecraft simulation. However, with a game tick of 13,200 milliseconds, that means for a single tick the game was running 264 times slower than usual. Down here we can start breaking down the code execution into a tree, and if we follow where the majority of the processing is going, we eventually get to the entity list. The entity list, have ticking the entity, and we eventually reach the entity movement method. Inside the movement method, we have this adjusted movement for collision. And this is where the majority of our lag is coming from. What could the movement method possibly be doing that takes 13 seconds just to fire the orbital strike cannon? To be more concise, 13 seconds to fire a shot containing 171 TNT only 100 blocks away from the cannon. Here is the cannon, and just over here, it's a payload that took 13 seconds to move. What the heck is happening to make that distance take 13 seconds of computation? Well, consider what the computer running the game has to do to check whether an entity collides with a block. The method is known as Simple Axis Aligned Bounding Box, or AABB, which is a very simple computation for determining if two axis-aligned bodies intersect. An entity in Minecraft has a motion tag with values for X, Y, and Z. As the entity moves along each axis, block phases which intersect the entity's hitbox are flagged for collision. Ideally, this method's computation time was scaled by a factor of 4 for each motion value. However, what the game really does is collect block faces in the total enclosed volume of the motion axes, despite the fact that most of these blocks will simply be ignored as the entity corkscrews around them. The result is that the computation time scales with the cube of each motion value. Going back to our original test firing, we can plug in the stats and find that 171 TNT traversing what is effectively the minimum range of the cannon will produce 1.84 billion collision checks. But computers are fast, like really fast. The axis-aligned bounding box formula requires only 4 floating point comparisons, so it takes the average computer from 1 to 10 nanoseconds to compute. But even billionths of a second add up over 1.84 billion computations. It gives from 1.84 to 18.4 seconds of total compute time. And funnily enough, our 13.2 second lag spike is smack bang in the middle of that range. If only the necessary collisions were processed, we would instead be looking at around 1,588 of these collisions taking around 8 microseconds to compute. And that is exactly what Optimized Fast Entity Movement from TAS Carpet Editions implements. So if you're wondering why your game freezes when you fire the Orbital Strike Cannon,
You teleported. I don't know, you just disappeared. He said, oh, wait, I got timed out. What? Did he crash the server? Or is that...
it's because Minecraft's movement code is dumb and stupid and will waste literally billions of computations doing absolutely nothing. If I were a Mojang developer watching this video, I'd probably have a brain aneurysm trying to comprehend those 1.84 billion bounding box checks. And that was only the minimum range of the cannon. The max range of this cannon, with the encoders fully maxed out, is about 250,000 blocks, which results in over 30 quadrillion collision checks, taking about 5 years for the average computer to process. Now, I have made a bug report on the issue, so if you think that it's important for Mojang to fix, be sure to upvote the issue on the bug tracker. You can find a link to this issue down in the description. So that leaves us with a very unsatisfying answer to the question of, does the Orbital Strike Cannon work in vanilla? Of course, the answer is yes, the cannon works in vanilla. But also no, it will break your computer with collision checks if you try to fire the cannon in vanilla. Hopefully Mojang will fix the underlying issue, but for the time being, we'll just have to modify the game with optimizations such as Optimized Fast Entity Movement. Alright, now that we've established what game we need to play and why that game kind of sucks, you will want to set up the cannon in a creative world and try it out for yourself. you will need to use Lightmatica, which is a schematic rendering mod for Minecraft. I will not be doing a block-to-block tutorial because, as we've already established, merging often breaks things, causing changes in our design. And a block-by-block tutorial cannot easily be replaced by the new design. However, with schematic files, all you need to do is swap out the download links and suddenly you have the latest design. Like, just imagine for a moment, if merging had to push updates by making line-by-line coding tutorials showing players how to add features for a new Minecraft version. Of course, like any competent development team, they give you a program which allows you to implement any Minecraft version automatically, which is pretty much exactly what Lightmatica does for Redstone build. But unfortunately, Lightmatica still has some fundamental limitations. To demonstrate these limitations, here I am in a creative multiplayer server with a schematic of the orbital strike cannon. Lightmatica is configured to paste the schematic in the world, and when I actually go to execute this pasting, you'll notice that Lightmatica immediately goes and spams the chat with a whole bunch of fill commands. And while this is happening, it's gradually pasting in all the blocks in the schematic. However, all the redstone is basically disintegrating as it's pasting in. However, if I join a single player world and do exactly the same thing, the entire build pastes in pristine condition. The reason why this happens is because on a multiplayer server, the machine where you play the game is fundamentally separate from the machine where the game is simulated. So when I tell Lightmatica to paste in the schematic on the server, it will start throwing a bunch of build commands at the server for each block in the schematic. For example, on my vanilla unmodified 1.21.4 multiplayer server, if I run a build command through this command block to paste a line of observers, you'll notice that the build command will actually update the observers, causing them to be powered. If I change the build command to instead paste something like redstone wire, you will see that the wire instantly breaks because there's no supporting block underneath it. With this in mind, it's easy to see why build commands sent by Lightmatica on a vanilla server would cause complex redstone contractions to implode. Amazingly, however, in the latest snapshots for 1.21.5, there was recently implemented an extra tag that you can apply in a build command called strict, which will actually eliminate these erroneous updates when you use a fill command to paste in redstone components. So hopefully, Lightmatica's fill updates will no longer be an issue on vanilla servers going forward. But that still leaves another big problem with Lightmatica: containers. A block like a chest which is full of items will have a fill command which includes its inventory contents as a data tag. But Minecraft's chat has a limit of 256 characters, meaning I simply cannot run this fill command through my chat window. This means that Lightmatica will simply ignore updating the inventory contents for containers with large amounts of data. However, this isn't a problem in single-player worlds because in single-player, the client and the server are running on the same machine, and therefore Lightmatica can directly access the game's memory and modify the inventory contents that way. So if you're wanting to do a quick and dirty test of the orbital strike cannon, ideally you would use a single-player creative world where you can paste the schematic in directly without any issues. If you are absolutely needing to test the cannon on a creative multiplayer server, then you will need to install a mod called ServeUX, which enables Lightmatica to upload a schematic to the server so the server can paste the schematic into the world. And it actually works really well. But of course, you will need access to the server files to install the mod, so this option is only really available to people who own the server they are testing on. So pretty much, if you want to build the orbital strike cannon in multiplayer, you will at least need a fabric client with Lightmatica so you can use a schematic to build the design. Then the server will need to be fabric, both carpet mod and TIS carpet edition to implement the optimized fast entity movement. However, if merging decides to fix the issue with collision, this requirement would no longer be needed. meaning you could build the cannon on any vanilla server and not have it crash the game. If your server is Fabric, then I would also suggest mods like Lithium for gameplay optimization, and of course ServeUX if you intend to paste the cannon with Lightmatica. So now that you have the required optimizations and Lightmatica for rendering schematics, where do you want to actually build the cannon? This new design has fully omnidirectional firing, and so there is no need to rotate the cannon, and I would suggest not rotating the cannon because I have not tested whether it actually works in different orientations. Where you build the cannon will have an enormous impact on how effective it is, and there is a trade-off between stealth and speed. A cannon that is over 100,000 blocks away from its target will be more difficult to locate. However, each shot will take over an hour to charge. On the other hand, a cannon that's only 4,000 blocks away from its target will take just over 3 minutes to charge, but is more likely to be loaded accidentally by players wandering around or even looking for the cannon. So there is a need to strike a compromise between the time it takes to fire a shot and the likelihood of a player wandering into range. But fortunately, this design has a couple of features to make this decision much easier. First of all, is my decision to omit using any block entities which stand out on the F3 debug screen's pie chart when listing block entities. This is a common method that tryhard players use to locate bases on multiplayer servers. And as you can see, the only block entity from the Orbital Strike cannon which shows up here is the chest. So then wouldn't players be able to locate the cannon using the chest? Well, if you go into a Minecraft world with natural terrain generation, dungeons would generate naturally with chests in them, making the cannon completely indistinguishable from naturally generated terrain. It might be possible to locate the cannon using the entity pie chart. However, I will leave this as an activity to the viewer to decide if this is a practical means to use in survival. Another useful feature is these trapdoors, which will automatically detect when the player is no longer loading the area, and open, allowing the payload to escape the magazine of the cannon. These trapdoors will enable the cannon to conceal itself whenever the player is nearby, and then open automatically when the player leaves, allowing the cannon to fire. One unfortunate problem of using this trapdoor is that it will kill grasses, leaving a trace of where the trapdoor is when it closes. So open plains of grass are probably not a very good place to build it. Forested areas are great because the canopy can help obscure the cannon. However, a player on foot is unlikely to miss the obvious signs of the trapdoors. This mangrove swamp is an amazing location because the dense canopy combined by block that does not decay like the grass creates the optimal conditions for concealment. However, keep in mind if you are too selective about where you build the cannon, somebody else could follow your logic and use it to refine their own search for the cannon. Unfortunately, one of the places you cannot build the cannon is underwater, because the daylight sensors that we use for the wild's redstone do not function if they have a water block in the vertical column directly above them. And something tells me that a random pillar of glass blocks in the middle of the ocean is going to be rather conspicuous. So unfortunately, oceans are off limits. Of course, none of this really matters if you decide to simply build a cannon in the sky. If you decide to do this, keep in mind that if you build the cannon too high, then the payload won't be able to reach the ground. And then there is also the possibility of somebody flying into it at Mach 1 and gripping it in high heaven. Another amazing feature of the new design is that the payload Jupiter, through the acceleration chamber, all the way to payload magazine, is completely flooded with water, which means that loading the cannon prematurely will no longer result in a catastrophic explosion. This should hopefully mitigate the occurrence of situations like... However, keep in mind that these protections only apply in a situation where the cannon is already functioning within its own top-loading envelope and then gets loaded by a flame. If the cannon is running and the game stops completely, there is simply no way to guarantee that the unfortunately, there are fundamental limits to how much I can explosion-proof the design, and you'll just have to be cautious about running the cannon under conditions where the server might crash or restart. But the fact that the cannon can survive being loaded by a random player flying overhead is a compelling point to justify building the cannon closer to its target to capitalize on the faster charging time. Although just be aware that every time this happens, you will lose the shot the cannon is charging, meaning if it happens too often, the cannon will effectively be unusable. Let's say hypothetically we want to build the cannon on the WaveTech SMP. Here is a map of the WaveTech server. Note how the population of the world is concentrated around the spawn point, then spreads out in distance. This is a common pattern for any multiplayer server. Where we build the cannon will depend heavily on how we prioritize stealth over speed. At very short ranges, the speed of the cannon becomes limited by the speed at which the cannon subsystems can communicate using redstone. These ranges are also dangerously close to being a render distance of any target. Around 10,000 blocks, the acceleration stage begins to dominate the time between shots, and will increase by about a minute for every 1,000 blocks. At 100,000 blocks, the charge time starts to exceed the hour mark, and the maximum range of around 258,000 blocks, you could be waiting up to 2 hours and 45 minutes for each shot. To help with that decision, let's just ask ChatGPT for a set of coordinates. Note that I am asking specifically for coordinates that are divisible by 16. This is extremely important. When I create a single-player copy of the WaveTech seed, let's teleport those coordinates, and what we find is a big flat biome with lots of grass. It's not ideal, but we can't be too picky about where we build. Plus, it's in that 1,000 to 10,000 block window that is ideal for fire and speed. And as an added bonus, there are barely any caves with fluids that we have to deal with. The best way to start is with a creative copy of your world seed, as this will allow you to test and fine-tune the parameters of the design to your specific use case. Let's just make sure that we are at the coordinates that we selected. Let's go ahead and load a schematic of the orbital strike cannon. Here it is, the schematic of the new and improved orbital strike cannon. With schematic subregions rigorously defined to minimize the amount of digging required to fit the machine underground. In Lightmatica's configuration menu, you should be able to find the option called Tool Item. This normally defaults to a stick if you've only just installed Lightmatica. However, I've set my tool item to a wooden axe so that it's consistent with World Edit. If I go ahead and grab a wooden axe, a menu will pop up in the bottom left-hand corner, which shows me a bunch of information about the schematic. If I hold down Control, then move my scroll wheel, I can bring up additional menus. If I go to the menu, Edit Schematic, I can then go back into Lightmatica's configuration menu, go to the Hotkeys tab, and if I go down to Schematic Edit, there are all these options to actually edit the blocks in the schematic. So I want to set up a hotkey for Schematic Edit Replace All, like so. And now, here's a really neat thing I can do. If I grab a block, like stone, and I look at all of the white concrete blocks, I can hold down the newly assigned hotkey for the Edit Replace All. And now, if I right click, every single white concrete block in the schematic has been replaced with stone. If I wanted to save my block substitution to a new schematic, all I need to do is go to the loaded schematic, save the file, and I can create a new variant of the schematic with all the white concrete replaced with stone. If I didn't care about stealth and I just wanted to build the cannon as quickly as possible, I could simply build the cannon right here above the ground. However, if you want to build the cannon underground and make use of the trapdoor, you want to go into the schematic first and see how there's all these subregions. If we disable all the subregions and then scroll down to the subregions titled trapdoor, you can enable all of these subregions to only show components contributing to the trapdoor in the schematic. Let's now nudge the schematic There we go. They line up perfectly with the terrain. Given that we're setting this up in creative for testing purposes, I'm just going to go ahead and hit the execute operation keybind, which can be found under execute operations. So I have it found my G key. There we go. We've just pasted in the trapdoor inside of the terrain. Let's now go back to the schematic, re-enable all the subregions, and then disable the subregions for the trapdoor. This leaves us with the rest of the cannon that we want to build somewhere underground. And what we want to make sure is that we go to configuring the schematic, placement origin. We need to make absolutely sure that the X, Y, and Z coordinates are all divisible by 16. So right now the Y coordinate is 20. This is not divisible by 16. So we have to move it to a coordinate that is divisible by 16. And then the cannon will be properly chunk aligned. From here, we can hold down the shift key and then nudge this guy up by multiples of 8. So 2 of these nudges is a whole multiple of 16. 0 is a great Y coordinate for the cannon because it places the majority of the cannon system just above the transition from stone to deep slate, meaning the majority of your excavation can be instant mined through stone. With our schematic origin properly chunk line, we can go ahead and paste it in, seeing that we're just setting up the creative. And now we need to make sure that we connect the clearance for the magazine, which is this color right here. There we go, we've now got clearance all the way up to the trapdoor. We also want to make sure that our daylight sensors have their clearance right here. There we go. And finally, there is a wire connecting the trapdoor to the chunk loading detector. So here's the chunk loading detector, which is just a chest minecart activating the pressure plate. Now we want to make sure that this limestone connection goes all the way to the top. We want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. Now connected. Let's just make sure that it's working. Yep, it's now able to operate the trapdoor. For the trapdoors, we want to make sure that the materials at the surface match the materials in the surrounding terrain. Let's also shape the terrain a little just to make sure that it's not too obvious that the terrain has been modified. Same for our daylight detector trapdoor.
Fucking having one, you're not
Just for
one.
good measure, let's go ahead and make some trees around the trapdoors to help with concealment. Just keep a note to make sure that the clearance above the magazine is maintained. The next step is to set up the chunk loaders. So a neat trick is to grab the coordinates of the origin of the overall side of the cannon and simply divide those numbers by 8, which gives us 724 and 148. So if we go through to the nether, we can then set up a schematic for the nether and move the schematic over to those coordinates, like so. Now here's the neat thing. The receivers for the chunk loaders on the nether side are extremely simple. All you need is a portal next to a fire block. And by positioning them as close as possible to the relative origin of the cannon in the overworld, we can apply a really neat trick. If we set up a random portal above where the cannon is hidden, now, if a player just happens to build a portal nearby to where the cannon is in the overworld, these portals will link to this portal above the cannon, leaving no trace of the cannon's chunk loaders. This should mitigate the risk of players randomly teleporting to the cannon's chunk loaders from the nether. With the nether side receivers active, we can now activate the chunk loaders. If we go up in the chunk debug, we can see that now the area is being chunk loaded automatically. If before you leave the area, you also want to make sure you disable this lever right here, so that now the wireless redstone receiver is active. If I simulate the player leaving the area by disabling chunk loading, the trapdoors are open. Oh, I might have screwed up something with the schematic. Okay, that can't be a thing. As I was saying, the trapdoors are open. There we go. And the wireless receiver is now active. When my player returns and starts loading the area again, yep, the trapdoor's closed and the cannon is concealed. Once you've established where you want to build the cannon, there are a couple of tricks you can use to make placing the blocks in survival much easier. You will, of course, need to use Lightmatica for the schematic. I am not doing a block-by-block tutorial for a machine this complex. It's completely pointless. The tutorial would go on for hours, and nobody would be able to follow it. Trust me, use Lightmatica. It will save you a lot of trouble. You will want to start with the materials. Lightmatica has a feature for it. All you have to do is go to the schematic, click on materialist, and just like that, you have all the materials that go into the design. Lightmatica even has this neat info HUD, which you can enable to display a material list which updates as you gather materials. However, this list only includes blocks that you physically place. It does not count entities such as this chest minecart or the contents of containers. In addition to the material list, you will need 18 boats, 17 chest minecarts, 3 hopper minecarts, 2 stacks of iron blocks, 3 stacks of moss blocks, 68 of each music disc from disc 13 to style, and about 40 stacks of some arbitrary dummy items. The boats are found inside of the chunk loaders. The chest minecarts are used for chunk loading detection, as well as a storage device for the disk-encoded memory. Hopper minecarts are inside of the chunk loaders. The hopper minecarts have very specific alignments. So, for example, with the chunk loaders, you want to place all the blocks first, and then roll the hopper minecart into position using a powered rail like so, before then lighting the portal. And now you have the hopper minecart for the chunk loader, and a similar situation for this hopper minecart in the jukebox sorter, where you'll have to place the minecart on this rail here, and then push it into position against the iron trapdoor, like so, and then the hopper minecart underneath the jukebox will be properly aligned. The iron is used to craft shears, which I use as an arbitrary unstackable dummy item. And moss blocks are used to set the fill level of composters. The music discs are used in the disk-encoded memory. And finally, our arbitrary stackable items can be found in various droppers in the wireless redstone. The best practice of setting up your schematic is to render it in layer mode. So I normally use all below so I can see all the blocks below a certain Y value. And I can move the Y value up and down. I can also set it to where my player currently is. I also make use of a hotkey called layer set here, which means I can quickly set the current layer to where my player is standing while I'm building. On top of this, you can also use page up and page down.
Jake, where's the remote?
The reason why it's best to use layer mode is that you can see an
Jake.
entire which makes the schematic much easier.
Where's the remote for Hazard?